the expectations set by opinion poll was very lofty, and now what the numbers are coming out is very disappointing. So the reality, now this is a reality, and that was just a perception or expectation built, and clearly there is a complete mismatch. And so my sense is that bulk of the damage is done today, and stock wise it is even far deeper in some of the cases. So my sense is bulk of the damage in those counters are done. Now one is the mandate, and second is the formation of the government. I hope with the 290 or 294 or 300, whatever NDA you have, I mean, in the right spirit, we should get there is a mandate for NDA with 300 clear, way above the majority. So if we get NDA, of course it will be weaker BJP itself. So the management style, which was far more central in Delhi, I think that has to become a lot more participative. And still we might, this is the power of leadership, this is the power of imagination, that the India story should not only continue, but it should gather momentum once this uncertainty of forming the ministry or that gets over. That will be in next 1 week or so. We'll see what kind of permutation and combination come about.
Mr. Agarwal, a lot of premium baked into what a Modi 3.0 would have done in terms of policy, what it could have done in terms of earnings, etc. Now, do you think the market waits a while for that to translate into reality before rewarding? What I'm just trying to understand is, could it well happen that for the foreseeable future, we may meander around these levels instead of sharp upsides that we've seen every single point of time, the market has seen a dip? Can you hear me, Mr. Agarwal?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I was just saying, could it well happen that now the markets may stay tempered for a bit, because we had baked in a lot of positives in terms of execution from a 3.0 government. Now that may not be exactly as per script, will the market take its time instead of a sharp pullback in the next 2-3 months?
Yeah, I think in the short run we are too hasty in terms of decision making, and a lot more things will happen in terms of permutation combinations as we go forward. And even the economic factors like geopolitics, your oil is down by $10, interest rate cuts are now being talked about, monsoon is going to be good. So a lot of other things also come into play when we talk about the corporate earnings and the economy. Basically, the sense I'm getting is that the economy was very tightly managed, extremely well managed, and hence finally we were getting about 8% or 8% plus growth. Markets were doing very well. There is a retail boom going on. So all this party which was on in India, that has taken a kind of a break. Kind of a jolt, not break, but jolt for the time being. So in next 1 month, I think next 1 month is going to be very crucial. And so long as uncertainty is there in the political front, I think markets will be at best markets will be sideways, or you could see the bouts of buying and selling led by FIs, domestics. This uncertainty will continue for quite some time, and markets may consolidate here, or maybe a little weaker also.
Mr. Agarwal, good afternoon. Tamanna here, and great to speak with you, of course, on such an important day as well. Talking about the political uncertainty, as you were mentioning, now a couple of things seem clear. Like you said, the NDA is set to form a government for the third term. They are above the halfway mark. Considering that BJP is the single largest party right now, it's pretty clear that you will have Modi as Prime Minister. So you are going to have maybe a different version than what was imagined, but a Modi 3.0. Then your key portfolios, FM and HM. So once your troika is in place, which is PM, FM and HM, do you think that would be calming for the markets? or would this minutiae matter, that the BJP by itself doesn't have 272 and what happens next?
Yes. So how the dialogues go with their partners, because since majority is very thin, and hence the bargaining power of minority parties, I mean, this 15-20 seats guys, they have a lot of bargaining power because of the type of mandate it has given. It is like saying that we want you, and yet we have not given you the mandate. I mean, we have not given you enough seats. So you have to go and kind of settle with the other side in terms of bargaining. So the bargaining power of majority, which is BJP with 240 seats, would also be considerably weakened. And how this, can they convert? I mean, this is where Modiji's magic will come, whether he can convert the current weakness into his own strength, and whether those kind of things can happen. Because the opportunity is very large, economy has the momentum, they've got a clear mandate, there is no reason to go anywhere beyond the NDA itself to form a very good government. The only thing is that it was expected that they themselves will have internally more than 272. That has not materialized. So I think, my sense is that the moment government formation happens, I think a lot more positivity will come back to the markets.
Mr. Agarwal, so it's clear that you are going to see an NDA term 3. I mean, the only question is because the expectations were set so high. We've had split votes for several years and several elections in Indian parliamentary history. Expectations were set high. Now, having said that, the new government, and as of now it seems it's clearly an NDA government, little doubt there. Do you think the focus now, because of these results, shifts away from what the street was pricing in for a Modi 3.0? So more focus maybe on rural distress, more focus on what is seen as populist politics. Is that a concern that will last beyond the 1 month that you're talking about?
I mean, God knows what is how things are going to open up, and what kind of policy change or shift which is going to happen. I mean, we are yet to reconcile this particular mandate, and what kind of dialogues come, what kind of interviews come, and what actually happens on the ground. Will some more people join NDA? You know, if it is 300 or whatever, 295, 297, can some more people join from independents and all, another 10, 15, 20 guys, so that the bargaining power of the other guys, other minorities, that will come down. So a lot of things are going to happen as we go forward. And as the more certainty returns to the political management and the power that be, I think markets will start slowly recovering. If you might have seen today, the moment the seats started stabilizing and recovering, markets also recovered. So clearly people are realizing that the markets will realize that they had overdone yesterday. They have corrected whatever was done yesterday, and maybe some overdone today, and maybe some more corrections here and there. And then if the broad story of India growth story, India earnings story remains, I don't think any political party is against India growing very rapidly. So, and since NDA is coming, Modiji's leadership will be there, I think broadly we should be fine, but with a little weaker kind of a sentiment to start with.
Hi, Mr. Agarwal. It's also Samina joining in. Up until now, the last couple of months, the big play in the markets was anything where sectors were preferred, where policy continuity was expected. So defense, railway, infrastructure, power, valuations, of course, aside. Given the juncture we are at right now, would you reconsider or recommend investors to rejig their portfolio if they've been overweight on these sectors?
I think it's too early to look at portfolio changes. It will take some time. I mean, very character of the what you call formation, and what utterances, what policy announcements come. I would rather wait till budget. See, if something is overvalued and you had to sell, you better sell. But I don't think the broad story of, say, indigenization of defense or building of railways, building of infrastructure, I don't think that story is going to go away, whosoever is in the power. I would not, just because there is a little weaker mandate, I would not get out of the stock just because of this. But if the stock is grossly overvalued, you are already thinking about getting out of it, then better you can get out.
Mr. Agarwal, your of course, Motilal is in such a client-centric retail investor focus in terms of, I mean, you have the pulse of the retail investor. While we consistently recommend, and you do as well, that investors should invest in a staggered manner, STPs is how wealth is created, trading is not how wealth is created, would you recommend investors to upfront a little bit of those STPs in this current correction?
So one thing is that whosoever is committed to the SIP, that SIP must be honored fully. Whether you should start, if the market corrects a little more, I think this is a great time to start SIP. See, one of the good things about SIP is that you start at any point of time in 5, 6, 7 years. It doesn't matter. You get some share of good time, some share of bad time. So right now you start with the bad time, you are likely to do well as the good time comes. You start with a good time, like say somebody started 2 years back, now they are seeing a little tough time in terms of corrections and all. So it's part of the deal. In a 10, 15 years of SIP, many good times will come, many bad times will come. So it is always a good time to start your SIP.
Mr. Agarwal, one final question from my end at least, and which is would you reckon that I remember 2014 when I was in your dealing room and we were talking about how a new reformist majority government coming to power does for capital markets. Has the Indian market, by virtue of its size, moved beyond that? Would you reckon from here on over the next 5 years, markets largely everything else staying good will largely still be creating wealth for investors? And would the nature of components be different in that maybe PSUs did very well in the last 5 years, maybe some of the others like private banks or some others come to the fore?
See, India is a compounded story. You know, in compounding, sometimes it is slow, sometimes it is fast. So we have seen the fast phase, maybe a little slower phase of wealth creation. But this is I have seen 45 years of the market. In that, you might have, I have seen almost head-on Cargill, we have seen bankruptcy of 91, 92. So all kinds of things happen. And yet this compounding continues. So as far as the wealth creating capability of this country is concerned, that is not even an iota of doubt about it. Now, even actually I would go to the extent of saying that in next 5 years, if the index were to double, at best it might take another 6 months or 1 year. I would say instead of 5 years, I may say in 6 years at least it will double. But the process of wealth creation and the even pace of wealth creation would not be significantly impacted by these judgments, because economics is very different from politics. Right now what you are seeing is a political mandate, and we have seen a lot of actually the biggest bull runs have happened in absolute minority governments, like whether it is a bull run of 2000, whether it is 2003 or 2007, which ended up in global financial crisis. We had all minority government or very weak government dispensation in Delhi, and yet the economics overtakes politics. Once the country is being given some kind of mandate politically, there is no headache every day. There is some kind of sanity at the top. I think the economics are impacted, not, of course, politics impacts economics, but there are many other factors which also comes into the economics, and countries' economics, countries' earnings, countries' corporate profitability, they all are much bigger thing than just the politics.
You know, I take that point completely, that once there's clarity of what's happening on the top, things will take its own course. I mean, the India story doesn't disappear overnight because of one election result, and absolutely point taken. Now, having said that, Mr. Agarwal, A lot of viewers, investors watching you right now and looking for some direction from you. You're saying take it easy for a couple of days. But then what are the pockets of growth that you're seeing in the markets? Does the story change from what has been doing well the last several months? So your PSU, defense, railways, etc. Do you see new spaces of growth now?
In this kind of mandate right now, for the newer sector of growth, you have to actually wait for some time. Otherwise, what is continuing to grow will continue to grow, and they should be doing well. All the capex companies, all the defense companies, they would keep doing well. I mean, valuation apart, I don't think the business trend changes so much. But let's wait for the first budget. I mean, that will show the whatever shift has happened in politically, and whatever policy shifts which are going to happen because of the new arrangement in Delhi. That will all be visible in the when we have the budget after 30-40 days. So I think let's wait for the change of the I mean, any kind of a major churn in the portfolio. You should wait for the policy directions.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramdev Agarwal, for speaking with us, one of the biggest voices on the markets, talking about taking a breather for the next couple of days, at least to figure out what's happened. Meanwhile, we're going to cut to NDTV 24/7 because they're talking with Kiran Rijiju, a very senior BJP minister, who's talking about how Prime Minister Modi will definitely have a third term.
Each other, and NDA expanded at the last moment. We saw probably the largest number of parties joining NDA before the NDA finally took its latest shape. But Mr. Rijiju, an alliance will remain an alliance, and one will have to keep in mind that the alliances perform quite differently from what a single party or single party majority government performs. However, my question to you is slightly different. My question to you, Mr. Rijiju, is that many people, including the pollsters, had written off the regional parties. In the Northeast also, Sikkim saw the massive mandate for a regional party. In the entire country also, we are almost seeing the resurgence of regional parties, be it Andhra, be it Uttar Pradesh, be it some other North Indian states even put together. Do you think that India is now going back to a coalition era? Many neutral observers are saying that this is the return of coalition era. Do you agree with that summation, Mr. Rijiju, or would you have differing views on that?
Nikunj, as I had said earlier, before the final result is out, it is difficult for me or for anybody to make a political analysis of the ongoing election result. In a way, you know, different states have different sentiments and different compositions and different political formations. So in some areas, the regional parties are strong. In many areas, national parties are strong. But one thing is very clear, that BJP is today the only pan-India national party. Congress is, reduced to a very, insignificant party in many of the...
All right. Well, that's the long and short. Whether we get back to coalition era or no remains to be seen. But Kiran Rijiju clearly setting out that PM Modi will be the next Prime Minister as well. Well, let's see if that has an impact on the markets per se. But since we're talking to what dealing rooms are going through as well, or right up, how are they figuring out the trade? Let's get in my colleague Mahima, who's in conversation with Prabhudas Leeladhar's Amisha Vora and Siddharth Vora. Mahima.
Right, Neeraj. So as you rightly mentioned, I'm in the dealing room of Prabhudas Leeladhar and speaking to Amisha Vora, who's the managing director and chairperson at Prabhudas Leeladhar. My first question to you, Amisha, would be that what are the kind of sentiments that you're observing amongst your clients right now, and what is the situation in the dealing room?
Definitely is a complete upset, and anyways, people were expecting that, pre-exit poll also, that maybe not 400 par, but 330, 335, or BJP 275 was a given, but they were factoring in a bit of a risk. Exit poll reduced that risk also. and a lot of FI or domestic who had hedged their positions, they recovered just yesterday. And now this seems like a real upset. And all that which we were thinking is somewhere not going right, maybe what happened in Maharashtra, maybe what happened in Karnataka, but we were overlooking, but it is really biting. And the worst part is that people of India are giving mandate for a coalition. They're not worried about that coalition and long-term outcome, but they're more worried about the incentives which are declared. So this is still the broader state of what we as people collectively are thinking.
Right.
And those who are thinking of only disciplined growth, discipline in terms of fiscal deficits, or interest rate and inflation are still maybe in minority.
Right, absolutely. So, Amisha, my next question to you is now, going forward, where do you see the values? Do you see it in large caps, or do you still see value in small and mid caps? I mean, seeing today's fall.
See, it's like this. Next, I think till the time the ministry is formed, will continue to be little volatile. And if after today's debacle, we still pass the test at the end of the day, say about 260, 265 for BJP, which is a 15-20 seats here and there, then things will be much different. And so next few days will still continue to be the focus on how the government is being formed, who with whose support, and then who's the Prime Minister candidate. So we cannot forget that right now, entire India has a lot of premium inbuilt of Mr. Modi. That is very critical. And this time we were also building in the premium for his complete supremacy in terms of taking reforms further. So when these two premiums have to zero down, that's what the market will first chop off. Going forward, I still believe that the broader cycle, if we fast forward 2 months, the broader cycle of interest rates in US coming down, equally in India coming down will start. So not necessarily the distinction would remain between large cap and mid cap. It will continue to come back to growth. But in the meantime, the valuations will adjust for, if needed, for these two premiums which is built in.
Right. And, I really want to know that what will be your top sectoral bets, seeing how the markets are shaping up right now?
Look, it would be little, I would say, too early. But some of the categories or sectors or trends which are very, very perennial and long-term, I think that for buying them, this is a golden opportunity. For example, hospitals and healthcare. That trend in India, because of under-penetration, because of young demography, because of rising income and rising awareness about the health, and so on. So that entire hospital segment will continue to fare really well. This is not dependent on any broader other actions. Similarly, your, my, and large India's data usage is not going to get disturbed, who's really ruling. But also the fact that the data growth is growing. We are one of the cheapest country in terms of cost for data, and the way forward is only rising. So that entire telecom pack is still the right position, even if I take a middle path. But if I take the path that which we were earlier envisaging, the 2 years of 7% growth, and then we work harder to achieve that 8.5. In case that dream, I think, is a bit shattered. So when the valuations get adjusted again, banking will be good, because health of the economy in terms of macro discipline, fiscal deficit, corporate balance sheet, retail balance sheet is all very good. So financials will also come, but with a little lag back into action. But I am not still thinking that because IT is not in any portfolio, so I go and see. Ultimately, you can hedge in non-growth or low-growth sectors, but you can make money only in high-growth sectors.
Well, that's Amisha talking about how she feels about the market. Still very constructive, and I think that's unanimous. While the markets have taken it to the chin and you are probably getting nervous, the fact remains that the successful fund managers who've seen this and watched this market over decades still are very constructive and are almost fully invested, even at this stage. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll tell you what you, we'll try and tell you at least what the markets are thinking and what, of course, experts believe could be the road ahead for the markets, at least tomorrow.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by Crystal and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on three things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy.
Welcome back. Just about 20 odd minutes left for the end of trade, but let's cut across to a very important conference of Sharad Pawar, NCP leader.
उत्तर प्रदेशमध्ये सर्वसाधारणपणानं तुम्हा लोकांचं आणि आमच्या काही सहकाऱ्यांचं असेसमेंट जे होतं त्यापेक्षा वेगळा निकाल उत्तर प्रदेशच्या जनतेनं दिलेला आहे. या निकालाचं आणखीन एक वैशिष्ट्य असं आहे की यापूर्वी भाजपला उत्तर प्रदेश आणि या भागामध्ये जे यश मिळायचं ते त्याचं मार्जिन हे फार मोठं असायचं. आता त्यांना काही ज्या जागा मिळाल्यात त्या मर्यादित अशा प्रकारच्या मार्जिनी मिळाल्यात. याचा अर्थ राष्ट्र पातळीवर आम्ही लोक जर सगळे काम करतो त्याचे विशेषतः उत्तर प्रदेश आणि हिंदी बेल्टमध्ये जे आमचे सहकारी काम करतात.
We'll get the highlights of what Sharad Pawar is saying. Remember, as these two groupings now emerge as the key players in the political landscape, Sharad Pawar and on the NDA side, of course, Mr. Amit Shah become very, very crucial in how alliances are stitched up. So we'll get you the highlights of what he's saying. But back to what the markets are doing right now, and Kush and Aditya back in the studios with us. In the last sort of trade, Kush, we're off our day's lows, but we're definitely not moving out of a bearish kind of a trajectory. What would be your strategy right now?
Well, the easy answer is stay out avoid all of that, right? I sincerely believe that this is a market that wants to go up. The only thing that it's waiting on is the clarity on who forms the government and in what form or fashion, right? Once that is sorted, I think the 25% cut on some of the PSU names and the 20% cut on some of the other high flyer stocks, I think all of that will be taken as a buying opportunity. But let me just for now stick with the easy answer, because we don't have the clarity on the government front. So for now, avoid. Perhaps in a day or two, a buying will emerge, and I still believe that this is a market that really wants to go up.
Aditya, you have that smirk on your face. We spoke this morning, and you were of the opinion that we could see a big cut coming. We've given up nearly 7%. You talked about a 15-20% correction. Yeah. We have another 10% to go. Are you already nibbling back in?
So we are already nibbling back into the markets. Every correction is a buying opportunity. You need to stagger down your investments.
So how much percent are you putting out? Out of 100 rupees, how much are you upfronting today?
20 to 50% is our margin, depending on the stocks that you are invested in. As I said, for the chemical stocks, I will go 50% in right now. For some stocks where the valuation is still a little bit aggressive, I will go 20% now. But you need to stagger down your investments. You don't know how this is going to play out. If Prime Minister Modi comes in, I'm pretty sure that the market will smartly stage a recovery. If there are complications ahead with the alliance partners, we could see some bit of time before recovery comes in. So you need to nibble down, and you don't need to worry as such what is going to happen if the stock market is permanently not going to do well. It will do well over a period of next 2 to 3 years, 4 years as well. But you need to be patient right now, and this is the first test for average retail investor who had entered the market since 2020. And people need to be calm and relaxed that the world is not ending right now.
Easier to say than do, right? Because when you're looking at your portfolio down 10, 15, 20%, you are definitely very nervous. The CPSE ETF is down 24, 25%. I mean, 25% cheaper, isn't that a buy in your opinion? Wouldn't you recommend a buy call? I know this is not a space you're a big fan of, but these are valuations that you're not going to get. Or these are not the sort of corrections you're going to get.
Yeah, but you see, over the last 1 year, the CPSE index itself is up about 100%. And some of the stocks are up 4 to 10x, right? So stock by stock, you need to look at. On an index basis, if you want to invest, then it is a time to nibble into the CPSE index. From a stock perspective, individual stocks, you need to filter those stocks out and see what is really happening. As someone said, the defense order would not stop if this government is there or a new government comes in. Indigenization of defense is a very big theme that we have to play for, but stocks are expensive. For example, HAL, which is down 18% today, has run up dramatically over the last 3-4 years.
Man, all these brokerages, right, from a UBS to a Jefferies to a CLSA were betting the house on these defense names, and there was no questions asked at that stage whether there would be policy continuity for that matter. But Kush, I take your point, the market is trying. And that's what eternal bulls do, right? You've got to buy. That's the only way to look, is to look up. But would you buy the index at 27,000, 21,000, 27,000, 21,700, hoping, because by the evening the dust will settle, for a little bit of a recovery tomorrow? Would that be a buy today, sell tomorrow trade on the Nifty?
So my only concern is the volatility, correct? And that's been pretty high. Even the wicks, if you see, we're off the highs, but it's still pretty high. Post event the wicks should have settled and perhaps come 20 or perhaps 22 about. So that's my concern. I would be tempted to buy, but we are not exactly closing at the high point of the day, or if you see the recovery in the last hour or so, is perhaps fizzling out a bit. Yeah. So even the markets are a little undecided just as yet. As I said, I am looking for a buying opportunity, but I'm not the one to catch a falling knife. So I'll wait. I want this to settle down. I want some clarity on the political front. And once that happens, I think the market is poised for a smart recovery. It's just a matter of when and not if. So could be tomorrow, could be day after.
Or could be 6 months.
I sincerely doubt that.
I would say end of the week, honestly, because look at what's happening right now. You have an India Alliance meet tomorrow. You have an NDA Alliance meet this evening. You have a whole host of press conferences. I think it should be settled in another couple of days.
So to summarize, over the last 10 years, India enjoyed a political stability premium, and that premium is now at risk if the market foresees that there is not a stable government, and all the rally in all the stocks, all the PSU stocks, was basis that the government will be able to do a lot of things for these companies. So we hope that if the current government comes back, some level of policy certainty will be there and the markets will start to recover.
And I think everyone puts India first, right? At the end of the day, that story still remains intact. One government or the other, nobody wants to not grow.
And that's where the confidence comes from, Samina. The fact that, as I said, this market wants to recover. If you see the kind of recovery that we've seen from the day's low, is testament to that very statement, to the fact that this market really wants to go up. It's just the slight uncertainty, and I'm calling it slight right now.
Yeah, I know, it's 7% low. It's almost certain about the uncertainty.
But also look at it factually. Factually, you have the NDA making the numbers for a third term.
Yeah.
The NDA is forming the government for a third time. The composition of that NDA in terms of which party has how many seats may change compared to what the street expected. But maybe some of this fear is a bit overblown because you are having the same outcome that was expected.
And you're of course the political expert here, but what I'll say is that everyone right now is talking about the NDA partners perhaps being wooed by the Indy alliance. Let's not forget that Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah have also a few cards to deal, I suppose, right? And what if someone from the India Alliance moves to NDA? You never know. So there are a lot of moving pieces.
So okay, even if you're like upset about the markets today in your portfolio, a lot of entertainment in the political scenario for you next few days.
No, but quite frankly, just before we get in, Deven Choksi, I think the point is probably what Aditya mentioned, which is that independent of whoever eventually makes the party, the market sees this as a coalition government with the BJP not at 265 or thereabouts, but 240, and therefore needing allies at all times. And therefore, some of the policies that have been the bulwark of their policy making might not be as powerful. At least the market may want to believe so until clarity comes over the course of the next few days, weeks and months. So I think which is why this derating, and therefore, who knows? I mean, 4 years on a trot now, we've had PSU banks outperform private banks by a country mile. The YTD PSU bank index was way higher than the bank Nifty. Maybe this is due for a reversal. Deven Choksi joins in of DR Choksi Investment Managers. Deven, good afternoon. Would you play that theme? I mean, private banks valuations are in your favor. PSU banks are arguably not as cheap as they used to be. Some of the other PSUs have fallen. Would you go for the safety of the private banks if you were investing money today, tomorrow? Or would you say that PSUs have come off between 15 to 30% from their highs, so let's go and buy them? What would you do?
Yeah, good afternoon, Neeraj, and a very pertinent question. I'm glad that I think you raised this question. Private banks are basically known for prudently managing their assets. They're prudently managing their lending, their AUM book. And I think that is where probably I think you are pretty sure about, I think, their ability to manage well on their non-performing asset front. So that is one positive aspect about, I think, the private banks. At the same time, I think while everything else being same, I would think that these banks are basically likely to grow the size of their book, if not in 4 years, maybe in 5 years, to double than what it is there today. In such situation, I think you are basically sure about the growth in the business. And that's where the prudency comes, that's where I think the ability to raise money at a competitive rate comes. And that is where I believe that I think these banks are favorably placed. Maybe the market is right now in a different mood. It is going to take some amount of time to get reconciled on this particular subject of the poll outcome. I would think that overall the quality will start once again getting back into the portfolios of investors. The time when I think you are neglecting the quality and start assigning higher amount of weightage to the risk premium, probably I think you get the treatment which you are otherwise I think deserve if we buy I think the wrong price. So from that perspective, I guess I think some of the quality names will once again get added into the portfolio of investors with the corrective market.
Deven, what are those quality names? What are you buying today? There is so much available, 20% cheaper, right?
Yeah, I think there is nothing which has changed fundamentally for, say, for example, companies like Reliance, for example, companies like State Bank, companies like, I think, ICICI, for that matter, NDFC. All, I think, heavyweights, I think they remain stronger proposition even today as they were before, I think, yesterday. So from that perspective, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed in the infrastructure story of Adani's. I think they remain strong as before. On the contrary, they continue to generate cash, and on the contrary, I think they continue to deploy that cash in building further growth. So all those equations are not changing. Nothing is changing for companies like Larsen, ABB, where they will be executing the projects. Yes, I think the premium valuation at which I think some of these companies have been quoting, that premium valuation may come under some correction because market will be little averse to give the premium valuation to these names for the time being. So that is where probably one will have to be a little bit more mindful than I think ever before. I think that is what I would summarize.
Okay. That's really the view coming in from Deven Choksi as we're winding down to the end of a very, very tough day of trade. I think traders would be hoping that the pain stops earlier rather than later. No, for extended. For the next few days, Aditya, what are the spaces that you'd watch out for? I mean, it seems like an outlier today, but there are some stocks that have performed well, especially in the FMCG space. HUL is 6% up. Nestle, Dabur has had a phenomenal day today. Would you sort of lean into this theme? And that's really the idea. We were speaking with Vijay Kedia also earlier that people will continue to use certain things. Habits will not change. The world does not change overnight. And that's the theme that you need to bet on.
Absolutely. So what is going to happen is a little bit of modification of government policies is going to come about. But still the thrust will remain on the infrastructure side of it, on the banking side of it. So we don't change the stocks that we want to invest in per se. So as Deven also said, the large private sector banks look really very interesting at this stage. Having seen the PSU banks outperform them consistently over the last 4 years and a valuation derating as well for them that we've seen. We've seen the pharma index where a couple of stocks have done well, a couple of stocks have not done well. So you need to look at them as well. And of course, rural will be a consensus bet now as people will try to go ahead and invest there as it is a defensive space. So I will try to avoid stocks where there is a consensus bet and try to invest in the banks, in the chemicals, in the pharma sector. And go a little contra because again, consensus, if the government does not do as is expected on the rural side of it, again, these stocks may also correct then. So let's hope that the continuity of the policy will remain, even though the policy will not be as strong as before, but still to some extent 70 to 80% the policy continuity will be there. So in my opinion, no change in strategy should be warranted. You should continue to invest as is and see how the new government shapes in the budget. A lot of cues will now be taken from the budget as to what the government wants to really do there.
Certainly. Kush, actually, quick 30-second answer. Would you, sorry if we have already spoken about it, would you buy a Dabur or some of the other FMCG names at these levels?
I would, and also from the fact
trade,
we would, and also the fact that you have to remember we were forgetting how defensives are playing out, right? They have to be a part of your portfolio for a day like this.
Everyone was aggressive; they need to be defensive.
Absolutely. So a Dabur, Colgate is perhaps a bet that we've been talking about for a while now. Even the pharma space, for that matter, a Lupin Supla would now perhaps look a little more attractive. So definitely, you should have these in your portfolio, and from a trading perspective as well, yes.
All right, let's get a sense of the political winds right now. Manisha Priyam is joining us, senior academic and a political analyst. Manisha ji, Tamanna here. Great to speak with you on what is turning out to be an election result that most people had not expected. What would you say is, the big story or headline over here? And if you look at it on the face of it, the NDA has crossed the halfway mark. So technically, there's nothing stopping from the NDA from forming the next government. Yet, it's become all about political gossip right now.
So, Tamanna, through your good offices and the channel of NDTV Profit, let me assure you, the markets, that we are serious academics and we had done immense field work and we expected these numbers. We need to call the scamsters out who were ballooning the numbers without basis in research ideas. And I believe very much to the credit of India's democracy and to the credit of the good academic minds that have trailed India's democracy, that we had the numbers more or less right. We were very, very right on how the situation was panning out in the state of Uttar Pradesh. We were very, very right on all the southern states. I think our fieldwork was spot on. In the important and critical state of Maharashtra, we were spot on. And what needs to be understood is that people have voted state-wise. There are important research methods that tell us that when you look at an important subcontinent like the Indian subcontinent, I dare say we are not just a nation, we are large enough, too much variety within us. We act with variations. And that has happened. You've seen that a state of Andhra Pradesh that since formation had not been able to get in investments into the state Can you believe it? So many freebies by Jagan Mohan Reddy. Still the state voted in favor of Chandrababu Naidu, a known globalizer, a known pro-reforms person, one of the first people in India's state-level democracy, known as the CEO of Indian democracy. The first one who brought out a lot of international investment to the state of Andhra Pradesh that was lowest in the southern tally of states. So I don't think people of India are not mature enough. People of India are very, very mature.
Yes.
They have their issues and they brought their issues center state. And the markets need not fear regional political parties. It's a matter of sensitizing the regional political parties as to what forms of national policy are needed best for the nation. And I do think there would be consensus, as there has largely been, barring a few years, the last few years of UPA 2, there has been a lot of consensus. And I think that's what will lead the policy continuity forward.
Okay, Manisha ji, you know, we'll come back to you, but give us a few minutes because it's just a few minutes left to go for markets to wind down. And we need to mark where they finally settle after what has been a really rough day. So we should actually start pulling up the day, the Nifty through the day, the advanced decline ratio, and it's been ugly to say the least. But if you look at that Nifty chart, you see a recovery from the depths of where the Nifty was at one point. 21,281 was the low of the day. You could end up closing. You think 22,000 is a distant dream right now in the last 10 minutes, isn't it, Kush? You're closing weaker. Some of those gains have also slid off in the last few minutes.
Well, you know, right now, very honestly, the levels will not matter.
Yeah.
Even a 22,000 kind of a psychological number really won't matter, because you know what the markets are looking at is what kind of recovery is coming from lower levels. You know what kind of stocks and how they are reacting. So I don't really think that the level just for today is going to matter. It's perhaps just let the pain, as you said, let the pain get over. The sooner the better. So that's what the markets are aiming for right now.
Oh. Neeraj, you want to come into the question?
Yeah, well, everything is looking so sunk that it's strange, except for, I must say, Heritage Foods, which is up 6.5% because TDP has swept those polls there. Devin, the belief was that, okay, let's think of spaces, right? Telecom, tariffs will go up, etc., etc. Today's reaction to Vodafone seems to suggest that the market has paid those hopes maybe, or is it just that the stock had run up so much that there's a bit of a profit booking? What do you do with a Vodafone, a Bharti, or for that matter, a Reliance?
Well, I think nothing changes, Neeraj, fundamentally on this particular businesses. We continue to consume more internet bandwidth. We continue to consume more bandwidth for our business purpose as well as for other purposes. So I don't think that anything is changing on that front. Yes, I think one thing definitely I would be mindful about, the kind of support Vodafone Idea received from the current government, whether I think the same level of support they'll be able to pull it out, and give it to them eventually. I think that is required to be, assessed after a while. At this point of time, I think we'll have to reconcile a lot of things. I don't think that it's very easy for anybody to take account on it. On the other side, I think the likes of Jio probably may not be as interested in the Vodafone kind of company getting higher amount of what you call ARPU. Largely because of the fact that if they do increase their ARPU, then in such case, they are also creating headroom for Vodafone to increase their ARPU because they are changing over to 4G spectrum. So through that extent, it can make them more viable. I don't think that it will be in a hurry to increase ARPU. Maybe 4-5% increase per annum is a justifiable increase in the ARPU for the likes of Jio, as I see it at this point of time, because they're driving the entire business on higher amount of consumption of data, which is where they're making money. They're making 60,000 crore worth of EBITDA, 120,000 crore worth of top line, which is growing at around close to 20%. So I don't think that they would be in a hurry to increase the ARPU immediately.
Devendra, we've talked about a whole bunch of stocks, but a quick word on Bharat Dynamics, HAL, BEL. Some of these stocks zoomed to record highs up until yesterday, actually. If investors are holding these counters, you think it might be a good idea to take some profits off the table, because I'm still assuming they're in positive territory from a year-to-date return, and re-enter these counters in a staggered manner. Is that recommended, you think, just before we close out today?
Difficult questions, Amena, at this point of time. I feel that I think the business of these companies continues. They have a visibility of next 3 to 4 years of revenue and so the profit because the contracts are already signed in. And as far as the country's game plan is concerned, they are not changing. Should this government continue in some other form with coalition, etc., then in such case, I think nothing changes as far as I think these companies are concerned. So maybe I think the premium valuation narrative is going to get changed because of whatever the equation that we are talking about. But beyond that, fundamentals and the workings of the company, they're unlikely to change. So maybe you wait for some time before we reconcile this entire subject and take a call thereafter.
Kush, we've talked about the Nifty. You've said avoid it for now. But is there any stock that you'd play for a pullback? I mean, some of these cuts are being overdone, to say the least, right? Sure, there is the Nifty selling off, there is profit taking, and what we'd love to know what FIs have done this afternoon. But just before that, anything in this on the street apart from defensive play that may be worth betting on? I mean, a technical pullback, a dead cat bounce, like we call it.
So, Samina, that's the word. Overdone. I believe that a lot of these reactions have been overdone. Now, just to put a different spin to it, if tomorrow we do get the government back, NDA in this current form or fashion, what do you think will happen to an HAL and a BDL that's off 17-20% today, right? So there'll be an immediate pullback. I'm actually very constructive on SBI. I know the entire pack is gone for a toss today, but I'm waiting for some sort of a dust to settle on this, and I have my eyes on SBI, the likes of Canara Bank. These are the two stocks from the PSU stable that from a dead cat bounce, also from the sharp short covering bounce that we are anticipating. So these two stocks are on my radar. A Geo Financial as well. We've been talking about that stock for a long time, and we've been talking if you get it for a lower price you should enter, and this is the lower price that we're talking about. So why not?
Vodafone Idea on the charts?
Samina, I've never liked Vodafone Idea. The last time we had a conversation, still don't. So I'll still wait that one out.
What about HDFC Bank then? I have to ask
HDFC Bank was constructive, will remain constructive. 1700 still year-end target on that one.
Okay, it's at 1485 right now.
Yeah, went up until 1400 a few months ago, and we were still saying buy. So.
Z had those fundraising plans as well, right? Yeah. We completely forgot about all that this morning. It's down 11% even now.
I mean, yeah, they announced that they will on July 9th be having a meeting to raise
talk about funds.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's looking at that
It's the same league as Vodafone.
It's only down
for me.
10%.
Only. No, it's in the same league as Vodafone. There's a lot of news that comes out, gives way. Yeah. There isn't clarity on it, so you're better off avoiding today.
You don't blame that firm for trying to raise money in a bullish equity market scenario. It's just that that scenario has turned a little bit, so don't quite know about that fundraise for sure.
But if it's a media house and then unable to read what, when they should raise money, then that's also a question. But
well, to be fair, it's tough for most people to do that. All exit pollers got it wrong.
All pollsters are licking their wounds. We didn't conduct any polls. I just want to say this. We reported all the polls everyone conducted, but we didn't conduct any polls of our own. We reported the facts as we saw. Deven Choksi, just a quick call from you. So the next 10 hours is actually very, very important politically. In the morning scenario, I would say pre-8:30, 9 a.m. scenario, it seemed like we would be done and dusted with what direction the next government would be heading in, what formation would look like by about noon or so, and then it's business as usual. Now, a lot of clarity has to emerge over the next few hours. Is that why tomorrow again will be very exciting to watch?
Next few hours will be full of horse trading and speculation. So frankly speaking, I think we'll have to wait for tomorrow morning.
Okay, Deven Choksi, we'll leave it at that. Let's wait for tomorrow morning. But thanks so much for taking the time out and being with us today. I really appreciate your time. Aditya, focus on infrastructure and therefore buy into cement, steel, etc. Does that also right now take a bit of a backseat?
In my opinion, no. I will expect, my first base case scenario will be this government will come back, and even if this government doesn't come back, the next government also will need to invest heavily in the infrastructure to boost the economy really up. Even if you want to boost the rural economy, the fastest way to do it is investing in infrastructure in the rural side of it. So cement buy, road constructors buy, EPC buy, but good quality companies where execution is the prime objective. They can execute projects.
So what is good
properly.
quality? Pan-India large players or regional players?
Regional players as well as pan-India large players. L&T in cement.
Infrastructure. In cement?
In cement, of course, UltraTech is one of the top picks. UltraTech is the largest cement player. So large companies as well as in cement, small players regionally are also very dominant. Companies like Dalmia Bharat who are very dominant in the east, they look very interesting to us. So infrastructure will remain a theme whether this government comes with a coalition or some other government comes in. That will always remain a theme at least for the next 10 to 20 years, because that is the demand of the economy really today.
Yeah, it's a proxy to the India story. But just take a step back. I know we keep saying that the government, there is no doubt, and Tamanna Wayne, that there is, the NDA is not coming back. I think it's a given that that's the government that's going to form, and there is, I mean, the only probability right now is Modi as Prime Minister.
As of now, yes, but you know,
unless something goes terribly wrong.
No, it's the track records of the allies actually, which is worrying the street and worrying people, which is Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, who swapped sides many times politically. So they have a tendency to swap sides if and when it suits them. So then it becomes about where the best deal is for them politically. They're not ideologically joined together. With the BJP and the TDP and the JDU are not ideologically joined together, unlike the BJP and the Shiv Sena.
If it goes as planned and as per what's expected, all is okay. Yeah. Unless they switch sides.
Yeah, so in fact, and many more could switch sides from one way to the other. The others, the 226 on India, there's a lot of side switching which could happen. All right, markets, they're showing your final, all the numbers there on your screen. You're seeing the Nifty, the Sensex, the NDA, the India, the other, all that. One screen is telling you the story of the day and the pain that we've seen. You know, this is a great time to bring in Manisha Priyam exactly on the question that Samina was asking, and Manisha is best placed to answer it. Manisha Priyam, so the NDA has got the halfway mark and more. You know, in all technicality, they form the next government. Is there any reality to this uncertainty that the market is also seeing, that allies could switch sides? If they do, why should they? Who can come on which sides? All of that starts now, and is that a very real picture?
No, I think you need to assure the markets once again through your good offices of the NDTV Profit that the NDA and its pre-poll allies are at a good 25 seats ahead of the halfway mark, confidently so. And these are pre-poll allies. These are not alliances that are being stitched together after the numbers have been seen. And since the margins are very thin on a lot of seats, the full and final picture will come out by about 9 p.m. today. Remember also there's the tallying of Form 17Cs with a randomized count of the VVPAT trails. I do believe that both the parties, yes, you can say that they flipped sides, etc. But look at the fact that Andhra Pradesh, that Chandrababu built bit by bit, broke apart into 2 states. So that's India for you. But the fact is that both the chief ministers, the Chandrababu Naidu or Nitish Kumar, are pro-reform leaders. Remember, Nitish has been known for his pro-poor governance, but invited the World Bank into the state of Bihar. Chandrababu Naidu, the first amongst Indian states to take a loan from the World Bank for the Andhra Pradesh economic restructuring program, took very many hard decisions before Mr. Modi got known for these. It was Chandrababu Naidu who was privatizing the power sector, etc. So known for that, Chandrababu Naidu has won this mandate on assuring the electorate that he would build a capital in Amravati, he would get international investment in, and that credibility goes with the name of the man. Yes, politically there have been differences, there have been ups and downs. So I think there will be some political readjustment that will need to be done, especially in terms of, if you remember the arrests that had been done for Chandrababu Naidu and Jagan Mohan Reddy had prevailed over the center, then those are political issues that will need to be resolved. And coalition government led by Narendra Modi may be a good bit to advance reforms right now.
Actually, that was going to be my question, Ms. Priyam. This is Neeraj Shah here. Just one thing, I mean, if the market fears that a non-272 BJP-led government would mean reforms could be slower and less effective, you are effectively saying that may not be the case.
Look at the track record of the 2 chief ministers.
Right.
Why are And the fact is that markets need to understand that poverty, joblessness, if not handled by political parties, they will become big time social problems. We are leading the world in terms of the largest number of youth. Where is this concentration of youth? Largely in the states of Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. Do we want to be the unemployment capital of the world? The market should pull up their socks and ask us to be open with our numbers. Open numbers lead to pressures on political governments to deal social issues. Governments are put in place to deal with social and political issues. Markets know what to do best. And so far, India's markets have been upholding the face of Indian markets in the global world. And I think if politics has put the pressure on politicians to resolve certain political and social issues, the markets need to understand that they didn't have to do this, but it has been a problem solved on their behalf. Research papers after research papers, the interview questionnaires we have, lots of poor women in Bihar, for example, very happy with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's programs of Jan Dhan, etc., cylinder, etc., but talking about the fact that the Agniveer program has not been good for their young boys. How do we invest in the future of our young boys? They are looking for low-order, secure government jobs. And the second thing is definitely very high inflation on essentials. So no point masking these. This is our society.
No, absolutely. Manisha ji, I get your point completely. And the political reality of India and Bharat comes up and that voice has to be heard, whether it is by Dalal Street, whether it's by Mint Street, or whether it's across the policy making spectrum. And really both go hand in hand. So that's an important point. I want to thank you for your time. Manisha, Priyam there very astutely put the whole political picture together for us. According to her, clarity on the final numbers could come as late as 9 p.m. because it's a very close fight in a lot of seats. A lot of seats have just 5,000 difference between them. The margin of victory is very thin. So you have to see consecutive rounds and what happens there. We'll take a very quick break. What next for the markets? What next for the policy scenario? We're speaking with Saurabh Mukherjee on the other side.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV Profit. We've wrapped up market trade and it's been a rough day, very, very rough day. From the get-go, the markets had seen a bloodbath. The Nifty has ended deeply in the red with a big cut on back of the reaction to those exit polls. Why I say that is because on back of the exit polls, the markets had ran up quite substantially yesterday. Of course, with the numbers that you're seeing on the screen, there's a little bit of disappointment amongst the bulls on the street. Saurabh Mukherjee now joins in with his view of what lies ahead. Saurabh, hi, thanks for joining in. Saurabh, it's been a tough day on the Lal Street, and some may argue that the sell-off is overdone, because the fact remains that the NDA is coming back for a third term. Everybody and anybody does still put India first. Our growth story still remains intact, and policy continuity more or less is a given. So why the nervousness?
So look, honestly, I think there's a big component of retail investor over enthusiasm in what's transpired in India over the last few weeks. Remember, 3 years ago, India had 30 million retail investors. Now India has 150 million retail investors. And I think a lot of the retail investor mania around the elections is based on their reading of the political landscape rather than the underlying realities. I completely agree with you. I think we'll get a great deal of policy continuity. The NDA is likely to continue doing much of what they've done over the last 5 years. And hence, anybody who's a long-term investor, I think, finds themselves in a very nice position to invest in the Indian economy ahead of what I think will be a strong economic upswing as the global interest rate cycle turns south. So I don't think long-term investors could have asked for anything better. You're getting a great entry point, you're getting policy continuity, and you're getting all of that right at the top of the interest rate cycle, with inflation softening across the world and with policy certainty maintained for the next 5 years.
Saurabh, good afternoon, Neeraj here. How do you think of portfolio construct very, very closely? Would a portfolio, ideal portfolio, a coffee can portfolio for 5 years, not really for 10, but a coffee can portfolio for 5 years, look materially different over the next 5 years than what an ideal coffee can or a 5-year portfolio would have looked like from 2019 to 2024?
Yeah. So look, I mean, had we been a little bit more prescient about the capex pickup back in 2019, Neeraj, we would have had a few more capex plays in our portfolio and a fewer consumption plays. Looking out over the next 5 years, I think consumption plays which have struggled over the last 3 years, I think should stage a comeback. So say large holdings of ours, such as a Dr. Lal Path Labs or a Bajaj Finance or Asian Paints, Eicher Motors. I think these companies should do well over the next 5 years, both from a fundamental perspective, the earnings compounding should hold up. Plus, I think, given the election outcome, I think it's bound to be the case that there will be a step up in spending on welfare, on rural. So the consumption piece, which has struggled both from a GDP growth perspective and from a stock market perspective over the last 3 years, I think should see a better run over the next 5 years. And in parallel, I think private sector capex should come back. I think we're seeing pretty strong signs over the last 6 months that private sector capex is returning. Public sector capex might have to be a little bit more muted. Public sector capex has been on a hyperdrive over the last 4 years. I think last 3 budgets, excluding the February vote on account, last 3 budget public sector capex went up 33% each time. I think that might have to be throttled back a little bit, but private sector capex, I think, comes back, and therefore we have, say, tube investments in our portfolio to benefit from that. Alongside that, consumption recovers, and as you're alluding to, Neeraj, a coffee can portfolio type construct, high quality companies for the long run should be well placed over the next 5 years or so.
Saurabh, today, the question is about how investors need to go back to the drawing board in terms of where they see the largest upside. I mean, in a sense, if you go to see it, everyone's nervous in the markets today, but the kind of free fall we've seen, all those crying about valuations and how prices have run up, in hindsight, people will look back at today and say, hey, there were great opportunities out there. How do you spot those opportunities? Do you need to relook at the kind of worth you were seeing in PSUs, defense, rails, etc., because of the political uncertainty, and go back to basics?
think I'm the wrong person to ask that question. I still don't understand why people buy PSUs and defensive rate. Honestly, it beats me. But anyway, whoever was doing it,
A lot of people, Saurabh. A lot of people,
whoever
not
was
you,
doing
but
it,
a lot of people.
hopefully they'll get a reality check. That being said, right? That being said, I do believe the macro has been healthy for the last 3 years. I think the policy making has been solid over the last decade. And I think from an investor's perspective, this is a good result. This is a government which is high in energy, great on execution, conservative in fiscal policy. Those are massive pluses from a long-term investor's perspective, right? Government focused on execution, focused on proactive policy making, focused on fiscal conservatism. We need those things, and I think those will hold the country in good stead. The PSU piece, the sort of mania in the market over the last couple of years with the PSU piece, we didn't participate in it, and as a result, as I'm sure you know, we underperformed. I don't know what happens to PSUs this point in, but I think well-run companies across private sector capex and across consumption, well-run companies, well-managed franchises should continue to generate strong results, strong EPS growth, and hopefully that will translate into share price action as well, as opposed to the complete mania on PSUs over the last couple of years, which has been a little perplexing for us.
Saurabh, do you think private sector banks in India are run well and should find a place in one's portfolio at this juncture?
So look, we've been long-standing holders of HDFC Bank, and it remains one of the key holdings in our portfolio. My reading is over the next 5 years, not only will private sector banks continue to compound at a decent clip, but I think we'll also see, in spite of today's action, I think we'll also see stock market plays, right? So we have in our portfolio, some of our portfolios, Motilal Oswal, we have Prudent Corporate. I think stock market plays, asset management, wealth management, they will continue to do well because financialization of wealth will continue in India. And I think one of the most intriguing opportunities thrown up by today's correction is, which stock market linked plays we should load up more on, because I don't see the financialization of wealth stopping. I don't think Indians will suddenly go back to investing their hard-earned money in fixed deposits and real estate. I think the financialization of wealth continues, and I think this is a great juncture to consider for those who are watching, which stock market / asset management / wealth market play do you want to load up in your portfolio?
Saurabh, one play that had become a talking point in the last few months, and for obvious reasons, was anything to do with capital markets. So be it, your 360, Nuvama, JM, BSE, NSE in the unlisted market, CDSL, they seem like great opportunities because of financialization of assets in India. With what we are seeing now, and for maybe potentially for the next couple of months, is that there could be a little bit of withdrawals, SIPs may slow down, a little bit of nervousness has set in. In a case like that, earnings of these companies will be hit. Do you agree with me, or do you think I'm stretching the band a bit much?
No, look, I mean, there are opportunities in stock market linked plays. The way we have seen it is we've avoided the market infrastructure plays. I think market infrastructure plays optically appear to be monopolies, but they don't actually have pricing power, and hence we've steered clear of that. Amongst the wealth management plays, we chose to invest in Motilal Oswal because we felt that the principal agent issue, where often in stock market plays, the interests of the owners diverge from that of the management. There isn't that issue in Motilal Oswal. Motilal Oswal ji, Ramdev ji, management, etc., owns 70-75% of the company, and it's a well-run company, and therefore we loaded up on that a few months ago, and we'll stay invested. We'll stay invested in that in spite of today's correction. But other people who are, other people might say it's 361, other people might say it's Nuvama, and I think they're perfectly justified to say that. And I do believe there are big opportunities in investing in high-quality wealth managers, asset managers, and market-linked plays. My reading is the bull market continues, the financialization of wealth continues, and this is a good juncture to seriously consider adding these companies to your portfolio if you haven't already done so.
So just reiterating, you you are saying that you would not waiting for the uncertainty to bring in tactically better levels. You are happy putting money to work currently.
In fact, this evening when I talked to our clients, we told them, to be fair, especially with our foreign investor clients, we told them to broadly expect this outcome. And I told them that this is broadly where you're likely to end up. There was obviously trepidation about the outcome, and I think, as you're suggesting, Meera, there's still trepidation. But I think this is an outcome that long-term investors can proactively consider investing in.
Saurabh, I just want some clarity on that. You told your clients to broadly expect this outcome. So you saw an NDA above the halfway mark, but not the BJP by itself. And when we were seeing all of these 350 plus.
That was straightforward maths to do. Honestly, I'll explain some other day why that was reasonably straightforward maths to do. So we said that this is a good outcome because you get high energy, high quality policy making from the BJP. We've seen plenty of that, and we really admire the way they have energetically gone about building India's infrastructure, for instance, dealing with the aftermath of COVID, and a coalition construct with the NDA in power, we believed was the likely outcome. We've got that outcome, and we'll go back to our clients and say, put more money to work in India. This is the world's fastest growing large economy. You've got a government with strong credentials in charge in Delhi. The economy is an upswing, earnings growth in well-run companies is strong, and the interest rate cycle is peaked, inflation is coming down. Honestly, I don't understand what more could a long-term investor want, whether it's a long-term investor who's India-based or a long-term investor based in the United States or North America. So this is a great juncture for those who want to invest in India long-term. This is a great juncture for you to come in. I don't buy into
In that case, Saurabh, if you've asked your clients to double down, first, have your foreign clients accepted that argument of yours? And if yes, did you go out shopping today? Did you buy anything at all at a 10-15% stock?
We put Marcellus' own balance sheet money into the stock market today, actually.
So how much cash were you sitting on, Saurabh, on your Marcellus balance sheet?
I won't get into the numbers on cash. We had a decent amount, and we put some of it to work, and we're trying to put even more of it to work in the coming days. And this evening, we've got calls scheduled with our clients in North America, and we'll pass to them exactly this message, that this is a great juncture to load up on India.
Add to your existing holdings, or were there new additions on the portfolio? I'm making assumptions that you've picked up stocks like HDFC because you're bullish on that.
Yeah, so we haven't bought new stocks today. Whatever we've had, we've added
increase allocation.
The meeting on whether we should consider new stocks, I think that we'll do later in the week. My experience of investing is, when you have days like this, don't try to do new things. Go back to your portfolio, look at what you understand well, and if that's pulled back, add up more to that. This is not the day to go and add new things. It simply doesn't make sense to do that.
All right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, for speaking with us. And I found that very interesting that you have, put money in today, and you see this as a positive outcome, which the markets are feeling some trepidation about. Saurabh Mukherjee there speaking about, what next for the markets. And we'll take a very short break. But as we're going into that break, listen into some of the top voices that have been through the day talking about how the India long-term story is very much intact.
मेरा ध्यान जैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में है, टेलीकॉम इक्विपमेंट जैसी कंपनियों के अंदर में है, क्योंकि ये चलते रहने का है, इसके अंदर में कभी रिसेशन नहीं आता है, आप बात तो करते ही रहोगे, आज ज़्यादा बात करोगे, मर गया, डूब गया, ये गिर गया, वो गिर गया, जैसे आप तो जो स्टोरी जो कंज्यूम आप करते हो, जो भी कंजम्पशन, जिसको कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता कोई सरकार आ रही है नहीं आ रही है, वो या कौन FM है या कौन PM है, वो सबसे बेस्ट स्टोरी है जो हमेशा निरंतर चलने वाली.
If there is a pullback, it's a buying opportunity. I don't see why India would turn into a bear market. I simply don't see the conditions for that at all.
At the end of the day, we are today taking it as if there is a change of government. For that, this kind of a fall is justified maybe. because as Nilesh was saying that, we don't know the exact priorities of the new government. And normally my problem with the new government is that they try to start every program from zero. Even if a good program is running, they want to rename it, rebrand it, and therefore stop its connection with the previous government. And therefore everything has to be analyzed from zero. But if it is in some form the same government, maybe with two coalition partners, that does not mean that everything will be reversed. For example, nobody was saying that the defense sector stocks will be privatized. It was just that you have a policy to give more business domestically, have negative list, encourage domestic production. Now, who is objecting to that? What is the politics behind it? Nothing. So these things can be done. In oil and gas, nobody is asking that you subsidize oil prices. So that is continuing as it is. You may say that, okay, now there will be some emphasis on, handouts and subsidies, because the BJP government may take some feedback that this is what was offered, and therefore the deficit will be 30 basis points higher. Now, last week, the deficit turned out to be 20 basis points lower and nobody cared. What I mean is that these things are part and parcel of changes that you may make in your portfolio.
As they say, don't count your chickens before they hatch. I think as market men, we all did that yesterday, and I think we are paying the price for it today. Honestly, I think political stability at the top was a very important pillar of this entire rally that started from March 2020. And because that pillar is shaking, the market is concerned, and rightfully so. I think we've had a fabulous run in the last couple of years. I think anything and everything was being justified on valuations. The market was indeed overheated. And given the numbers today on the political side, the market is concerned and it needed that consolidation.
First of all, I think yesterday's buying, today's reactions are going to be more emotional, sentimental, momentum than going to be fundamental. I think that's the big difference. And for a serious investor, I think it's very important to understand that yes, the euphoria of elections is good, everything is fine, but at what valuations are you buying? And the reality of the economy at the end of the day. And I think I'll just bring to a little bit of a party pooper to say that just today, Amul announced a 2 rupee increase per litre in price of milk, which just tells us inflation is all pervasive out there in the system.
Once you got a full majority, I think I'm agnostic in terms of how the current political dispensation is going to look at policy reforms going forward. To me, the key point is that you started on 6% growth rate, we have hit an 8% growth rate. Your core inflation today is lower than what is there in the US. I don't think that we are getting a sense of where we are heading as a country, right? We had a big problem with current account deficit. You are at a stage where in next 1 or 2 years, you will sort of get into a current account neutrality situation, right? So you need to look at equity market in context of where my macroeconomic variables are moving, right? So I suspect that you are not going to get reasonably good returns in the equity market, but even in the bond markets, because your interest rates are going to head down over a period of time. And that finally determines the valuation.
India has been one of the best performers in the world in terms of growth. We recently marked up India growth again off of very strong numbers. I think the Modi government, again, will be a continuity government, but we'll have to wait probably until the July budget to get a better sense of if there's going to be any more ambitious or different policies following the election win. But broadly speaking, I think India is in a very positive place, and I think that's likely to continue.
Yeah, as you said, it is reaction to yesterday's action. The expectation set by opinion poll was very lofty, and now what the numbers are coming out is very disappointing. So the reality, now this is a reality, and that was just a perception or expectation built, and clearly there is a complete mismatch. And so my sense is that bulk of the damage is done today, and stock wise it is even far deeper in some of the cases. So my sense is bulk of the damage in those counters are done. Now one is the mandate, and second is the formation of the government. I hope with the 290 or 294 or 300, whatever NDA you have, I mean, in the right spirit, we should get there is a mandate for NDA with 300 clear, way above the majority. So if we get NDA, I mean, of course, it will be weaker BJP itself. So the management style, which was far more central in Delhi, I think that has to become a lot more participative. And still we might, I mean, this is the power of leadership, this is the power of imagination, that the India story should not only continue, but it should gather momentum once this uncertainty of forming the ministry or that gets over. That will be in next 1 week or so. We'll see what kind of a permutation and combination come about.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by Crystal and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on 3 things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant?
It was the worst session in 4 years on Dalal Street as the market spiraled down on the back of election results. The Sensex and the Nifty closed 5% in the red. Narendra Modi is all set to take charge as Prime Minister for the 3rd time. The NDA leads in around 295 seats. The BJP President JP Nadda calls a meeting of all NDA allies tomorrow. Uttar Pradesh bucks exit polls. It's a neck-and-neck race between the NDA and the India Alliance. Akhilesh Yadav is the comeback king. The Trinamool Congress trumps exit polls. MAMTA Banerji holds her ground despite all odds. The party leads in 30 seats out of 42. In Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu returns as the Chief Minister for the 4th time. The Telugu Desam is all set to mop up 17 out of 25 Lok Sabha seats. Another hot race to the finish in Maharashtra. The India Alliance is ahead, leading in 29 seats, while the NDA leads in 19. Well, good evening and welcome. You're watching our special broadcast, India Decides, on NDTV Profit. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, straight to the top story this evening. The Lok Sabha election results painted the market red as it recorded the worst fall in over 4 years. The benchmark closed over 5% lower. Now, the Nifty ended below 21,900 after most exit polls went widely off the mark. Now, the Nifty companies wiped out over 10 lakh crore rupees in investor wealth, while Sensex companies cumulatively lost 7 lakh crore rupees in the market cap. Now, broader markets underperformed in all sectors except FMCGs, ended in the red as well. For a broader picture, let's go across to Harsh Saita, who has more details. Harsh, give us a comprehensive picture of what happened today.
Well, a sharp fall today, 6% nearly on the benchmark Nifty 50. But when I'm looking at the flip side a little bit, it's also a bit of a recovery that we saw from the bottom, an intraday recovery of almost 600 points that we saw. So that's something that will be interesting to watch out, because we'll have to wait and watch as to how markets respond tomorrow as well, because the recovery was sharp. Also, the pain in where the broader markets are concerned was sharp. Almost 7+% on the Nifty mid cap 150. The Nifty small cap 250 was down nearly 7.5% at close. So tons of pain there. We'll talk sectors, because stocks, very few in terms of stock specific action. So therefore sector specific action. First off, with regard to the Fin Nifty, that saw sharp contraction. We saw the Nifty Bank down 8%. We saw the Nifty PSU Bank index down 15%. That's where the real dent came from, even within the Nifty Bank. The Nifty private banks also down 7%, so no respite on the balance either in a big way. But the PSU banking index was where the accentuated pain was. Let's talk about the other losers. Realty, metals, energy down anywhere between 9.5% to 12% in terms of the benchmark indices. The Nifty Realty, the Nifty Metal, the Nifty Energy. That's also where the pain was. Where IT and pharma were concerned, largely relatively insulated in today's otherwise dramatic fall. And FMCG in fact was up on the back of one, rural recovery, and second, expecting coalition politics to start to play through on freebies and SOPs which will be given out likely to aid rural numbers and markets, and therefore maybe that FMCG index also as a defensive play has done well today.
All right, Harsh, thank you very much for that. In fact, as the markets ended in the day in the red, Motilal Oswal's Ramdev Agarwal says that he expects the market to stabilize in a week or so after the next government takes charge.
Yeah, as you said, it is reaction to yesterday's action. The expectation set by opinion poll was very lofty, and now what the numbers are coming out is very disappointing. So the reality, now this is a reality, and that was just a perception or expectation built, and clearly there is a complete mismatch. And so my sense is that bulk of the damage is done today, and stock wise it is even far deeper in some of the cases. So my sense is bulk of the damage in those counters are done. Now one is the mandate, and second is the formation of the government. I hope with the 290 or 294 or 300, whatever NDA you have, I mean, in the right spirit, we should get there is a mandate for NDA with 300 clear, way above the majority. So if we get NDA, of course it will be weaker BJP itself. So the management style, which was far more central in Delhi, I think that has to become a lot more participative. And still we might, this is the power of leadership, this is the power of imagination, that the India story should not only continue, but it should gather momentum once this uncertainty of forming the ministry or that gets over. That will be in next 1 week or so. We'll see what kind of permutation and combination come about.
All right, a view from abroad now. Mark Matthews of Julius Baer says that there is no way that India turns into a bear market. Listen in.
If there is a pullback, it's a buying opportunity. I don't see why India would turn into a bear market. I simply don't see the conditions for that at all.
In fact, Helios Capital's Samir Arora analyzed the reasons behind the market meltdown today.
At the end of the day, we are today taking it as if there is a change of government. For that, this kind of a fall is justified maybe. Because as Nilesh was saying that, we don't know the exact priorities of the new government. And normally my problem with the new government is that they try to start every program from zero. Even if a good program is running, they want to rename it, rebrand it, and therefore stop its connection with the previous government. And therefore, everything has to be analyzed from zero. But if it is in some form the same government, maybe with two coalition partners, that does not mean that everything will be reversed. For example, nobody was saying that the defense sector stocks will be privatized. It was just that you have a policy to give more business domestically, have negative list, encourage domestic production. Now, who is objecting to that? What is the politics behind it? Nothing. So these things can be done. In oil and gas, nobody is asking that you subsidize oil prices. So that is continuing as it is. You may say that, okay, now there will be some emphasis on, handouts and subsidies, because the BJP government may take some feedback that this is what was offered, and therefore the deficit will be 30 basis points higher. Now, last week, the deficit turned out to be 20 basis points lower and nobody cared. What I mean is that these things are part and parcel of, changes that you may make in your portfolio.
In fact, market guru Vijay Keria spoke to NDTV Profit about his favorite sectors, which he says are PM and FM proof.
मेरा ध्यान जैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में है, टेलीकॉम इक्विपमेंट जैसी कंपनियों के अंदर में है, क्योंकि ये चलते रहने का है, इसके अंदर में कभी रिसेशन नहीं आता है। आप बात तो करते ही रहोगे, आज ज़्यादा बात करोगे, मर गया, डूब गया, ये गिर गया, वो गिर गया, जैसे आप तो जो स्टोरी जो कंज्यूम आप करते हो, जो भी कंजम्पशन, जिसको कोई फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता कोई सरकार आ रही है नहीं आ रही है, वो या कौन FM है या कौन PM है, वो सबसे बेस्ट स्टोरी है जो हमेशा निरंतर चलने वाली।
Well, in fact, Gautam Shah of Goldilocks Premium Research said that the markets continued the chickens before they hatched and hence went into a meltdown mode. Listen into what he said.
As they say, don't count your chickens before they hatch. I think as market men, we all did that yesterday, and I think we are paying the price for it today. Honestly, I think political stability at the top was a very important pillar of this entire rally that started from March 2020. And because that pillar is shaking, the market is concerned, and rightfully so. I think we've had a fabulous run in the last couple of years. I think anything and everything was being justified on valuations. The market was indeed overheated. And given the numbers today on the political side, the market is concerned and it needed that consolidation.
All right, we slip into a very short break here on our broadcast, but when we come back, we're going to touch base with our correspondents on the ground. We'll go first to the BJP and the Congress headquarters. We have Janani and Rishabh joining us on that. So all of that and more is on the other side. Stay with us.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Welcome back. You're watching India Decides 2024, and today is definitely one for the history books. The results of the world's biggest election turned the exit polls on their head. The NDA has the numbers to form the government, and it will be Modi 3.0, but with a different flavor. The BJP will be heavily reliant on all its allies, including Nitish Kumar's Janata Dal United and Chandrababu Naidu's Telugu Desam Party. Voters have given a clear mandate to the BJP in over 240 seats. In Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, Bihar and Odisha, the BJP has made strong gains. Now, the Congress is leading in close to 100 seats. The India Alliance has performed well in Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. However, the stars of the election are Akhilesh Yadav of the Samajwadi Party and MAMTA Banerji of the Trinamool Congress, who have given the BJP a run for its money. In fact, both the BJP and the Congress camps are in celebratory mode, both claiming victory. For the Congress, of course, it is a huge leg up from its earlier position. Close to 99 seats is what we're looking at right now. And let's get in a word from our correspondents on the ground. Janani is joining us as well as Rishabh. Janani, you're outside the BJP headquarters. Now, BJP has already called for a meeting. We are learning that JP Nadda, Amit Shah and other top leadership will be going into a huddle very soon. Give us an overall sense of what's happening in the BJP's camp.
Definitely. Considering what was the atmosphere in the morning, now the confidence seems to have, the winds have changed when it comes to the confidence. Considering that the seat expectation is now at 299, around 290 to be fair, and a lot of this has been because BJP's expectation, particularly the single largest party, had predicted 303 seats from the last election, so they were hoping for a leg up from there. This time it looks like they're trending at 245 seats. So that's of course an interesting point to note. So two things that's off the top here. One, they would be reliant, like you said, on their alliance parties, be it the Janata Dal Secular or be it the other parties. Now, what's also interesting here is whichever party comes to power, consumption becomes top of the mind, top of the agenda, boosting consumption in the economy, and also ensuring that there isn't a fall of confidence per se. So we're yet to hear from the party leaders themselves. A little later, they're expected to form a huddle, and we will know more when they hold a press conference. But as of now, winds have changed. But however, like you said, still clearly clearing the majority of 272.
All right, let's now quickly go across to Rishabh. Rishabh, earlier this morning we saw some celebrations take place outside the Congress headquarters. Now, how are things panning out there? Rahul Gandhi expected to address a press conference. We've also heard from Sharad Pawar, another very important India grouping leader, saying that we'll be meeting tomorrow. Give us an overall view of the goings-on in the India Alliance and the Congress both.
That's right. We are at the Congress headquarters, and the mood has been celebratory, like you said. Since the morning, every time there is a seat that is confirmed, which is at 4 now, so 4 seats are confirmed now. The celebrations start, the dhols start, and as you can see behind me, party workers are constantly thronging the headquarters, and so are local leaders, senior leaders, the student wing leaders, everyone becoming a part of these celebrations. Now, there are 3 key events that we are tracking here. One is the 5:30 p.m. press conference that Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are expected to address. Shortly thereafter, a delegation of the Congress will also visit the Election Commission of India, is what we're learning. And that is most probably a formality that will happen. And then tomorrow is the India Alliance formal meeting that Sharad Pawar also spoke about. So these 3 key events are next in line as we continue to see more and more leaders, senior leaders, throng the Congress headquarters to discuss more, as the India Alliance will probably fall short of the majority mark, but still a very, very strong performance from Congress and its allies.
Now, Rishabh, also what we are given to understand is that Rahul Gandhi has managed to keep both his seats, and that obviously is going to trickle down within the Congress workers. How's that been taken?
That's right. This is a massive point of celebration here. Every time Rahul Gandhi's name is up on the screens of one of the TV channels that everyone is following here, there is a massive cheer. There are of course fans of Congress, lifelong fans that are here and available and professing their love for their leader. The common sense between everyone is that the Bharat Jodo Yatra has been a very key tool for the Congress's revival. And what we're also seeing is that workers have been given a way to sort of be jubilant about the elections. The Congress has received a beating the past 2 Lok Sabha elections, and the source of joy has only been a few assembly elections in the middle. So it's a very different Congress party headquarters that we're seeing today.
All right. To Maharashtra next, where the India Alliance has sprung a surprise. The Mahavikas Aghadi of the Congress, the Uddhav Thackeray faction of Shiv Sena and Sharad Pawar's faction of the NCP are leading in 29 seats, while the BJP, Ajit Pawar's NCP and Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena are leading in 19. NDTV's Radhika Ramaswamy is at the Shiv Sena Bhavan in Mumbai. Radhika, absolute celebrations over there. Obviously, Maharashtra was always going to throw up a surprise, and it has, in fact, the India Alliance leading despite there being a government of the MVA.
I'm not able to hear you clearly because celebrations have erupted outside Uttar Sena Bhavan. So I'm just going to cut straight across to celebrations that we are seeing outside Sena Bhavan. As you can see, Shiv Sena workers, Uttar Sena workers have gathered in large numbers as they have a clear lead. MPA has a clear lead in Maharashtra so far. We're talking about 27 seats so far that they have won. And these are initial figures, of course, but 27 is the number we are hearing as far as MPA is concerned, and 20 for the NDA, the ruling NDA. So this is obviously a huge sense of validation as far as Uttar Sena is concerned, or for Sharad Pawar. That's the kind of celebration we are seeing here. Tons of workers are gathered here. They are showing off the Mashal sign, the new Mashal sign that had been given to Uttar Sena, along with Sena flag as well. And there are colors here, drums all around. So in a way, MPA in Maharashtra, which is the opposition party in Maharashtra, has called these elections. Sharad Pawar has taken a press conference in which he has said that it is time for Maharashtra to see a change, and that MPA, which was formed very recently, just about 5 years back, will ensure that they are committed to the people of Maharashtra. Of course, in 2019, what we saw was a sweep by the NDA, 41 seats by the NDA, and just about 7 seats by the opposition. But here we are seeing almost equal numbers, or rather MVA leading. All this as a result of Sena split, as a result of NCP split. Of course, there was an identity battle of sorts, there was legacy battle of sorts, and also a legal battle that was playing out across Maharashtra over the last 2 years post the split, with each faction claiming that they are the real Sena and they are the real NCP. So here what we are seeing is a sense of validation.
Right, absolutely, Radhika. As you're pointing out, of course, the sentiment of workers over there taking over as they celebrate at the Shiv Sena Bhavan. For the moment, Radhika, thank you. Now, the first voice that came in from the BJP today was the former Union Minister Prakash Javadekar, who responded to media persons on the upset in Uttar Pradesh. Listen in.
I will tell you only one thing, that be sure, don't be skeptic. Many want to be skeptic always, but I want to say clearly that NDA will win third time election and Modi will become Prime Minister third time.
Well, in fact, that's this word coming in from the BJP MP Kiran Rijiju as well. While speaking to NDTV, he said that Prime Minister Modi's third term is ensured and that the India growth trajectory will gain momentum.
But overall, the mood and the support base, if you see the entire NDA, there is a very clear-cut case that Modi ji will become Prime Minister for the third time. And it is a historic moment despite so much of negative campaign by the opposition parties, trying to wipe up the sentiments of different kinds, playing all kind of negative politics. But still, Modi's leadership is being cemented, seem to be, by the people of India. So it's a very clear-cut case that Modi ji will become the Prime Minister of India for the third consecutive time.
All right, and it was a closely fought battle in Mandi, Himachal Pradesh, where Bollywood actor Kangana Ranaut is the BJP's candidate. Ranaut is set to win the seat and become an MP for the first time. Now, speaking to media persons, the actor said that the victory was due to Prime Minister Modi.
हमारे जो नेता है नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नाम पर ये चुनाव लड़ा है और उनकी जो क्रेडिबिलिटी है, उनकी जो गारंटी है और उन पर जो लोगों का विश्वास है, आज उसी का ही परिणाम है कि हम तीसरी बार जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो है अपनी सरकार सेंटर में बनाने जा रही है और आप सबका आशीर्वाद हमें चाहिए। और ये साथ ही मैं अब जो है आपसे मिलती रहूंगी और आगे जो भी है, जो जिस तरह से हमारा प्लान है चीज़ें एग्जीक्यूट करने का और लॉन्च करने का, वो हम डिस्कस करते रहेंगे। आप सब मीडिया बंधुओं का भी हमें जो है वो इसमें सहयोग चाहिए होगा और मंडी का जो है अब भविष्य जो है बहुत ही उज्जवल होगा। धन्यवाद।
Well, on that note, we slip into a very short break here on India Decides, but we return with more focus this time on what's happening in West Bengal as well as Andhra Pradesh. Stay with us.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by CRISIL and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on three things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for investment purposes such as fixed deposits and mutual funds, and self-employed women invest more in mutual funds at 17% than salaried women at 13%. How many...
Welcome back. You're watching our special broadcast India Decides 2024. Now, the JDU has sprung a huge surprise in Bihar as it surpassed the BJP. Let's go across to Prabhakar Kumar of NDTV. He's joining us from Patna. Prabhakar, good evening. Prabhakar, you know, it's been quite a surprise that the JDU has actually come up with, and given the nature with the manner in which Nitish Kumar operates, we understand that already calls have been made to him by the BJP to make sure that he stays with them. Also take us through how this gives Nitish Kumar a lot of leg room to negotiate.
Yeah, it's a big day for Nitish Kumar, for JDU, and remember the kind of politics he has been doing for long. Nitish Kumar is one man whom politically you can't actually bank upon because he's known for switching sides, and that's the reason why the moment JDU has actually crossed that 14 figure, which is quite a substantial, quite a number, because JDU was contesting at around 17 seats and they have been able to manage 14 seats so far, though the results are not out on many of the seats, but as the trend suggests, that they will be scoring somewhere around 14. So they become a very important coalition partner for NDA. And seeing the overall BJP's number or overall NDA tally, this 14 number becomes one of the important figures, that whether it's TDP or the JDU, it becomes politically important for BJP actually if they want to reach that magic number. That's the reason why both the leaders of both the factions of NDA, of BJP, we were told that Amit Shah had a word with Nitish Kumar. He had a telephonic conversation with Nitish Kumar, and as we are talking, the Bihar state president of BJP, he is meeting Nitish Kumar at his official residence. And also the leaders of India Alliance, they are in touch with Nitish Kumar. They are trying to get in touch with Nitish Kumar on a telephonic conversation. We don't have confirmation as of now as to who all actually had a word with him. There were rumors few minutes back that Sharad Pawar had a word with Nitish Kumar, which Sharad Pawar actually officially denied, saying that he has not spoken to Nitish Kumar. But what we are learning is that many of the leaders of both India Alliance and BJP and the NDA, they are in touch with Nitish Kumar. They are trying to ensure that he remains on their side, because his style of political functioning is that he is known for switching sides. And remember, out of the 40 seats in Bihar, if JDU scores 14, they contested on 17 seats. They are scoring 14, so that's quite a score actually for Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar has not been keeping well medically for last few months, so there were rumors that JDU would be one of the alliance partners of BJP, which would actually bring down the numbers of NDA in Bihar. But it happened otherwise. The BJP actually failed to score their numbers. Their scoreboard was not impressive, whereas JDU's scoreboard was quite impressive from that standard. Yeah.
Right, absolutely. So very interesting. It's going to be interesting rather to watch out for how that works out. Let's also bring in Saurabh Gupta now. He's reporting from West Bengal. Saurabh, good evening. Now, the exit poll, Saurabh, completely off the mark. Mamta Banerji holding her ground. Not just that, you know, she obviously is someone who everybody will be rushing to at this moment. India Alliance, of course, she said earlier that she's going to support them from outside. Where does this leave her?
Well, you know, this is a drubbing for the BJP and the second time in West Bengal. And for the second time, exit polls have got it completely wrong in the state. In both times, they predicted victories for the BJP, but just the opposite happened. Didi magic has prevailed. The election in Bengal was clearly Didi versus Modi, and Didi has won. That's very clear from this election result as far as West Bengal is concerned. Now, when it comes to seats, if you look at seats, Abhishek Banerjee, who practically was the general of this battle for the Trinamool Congress. If Mamta Banerjee was the commander-in-chief, the general who led the Trinamool into the battle was Abhishek Banerjee. And he, of course, wins with a margin of, believe it or not, 6 lakh votes. That's the kind of margin that Abhishek Banerjee is looking at from Diamond Harbour, at least currently. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, the Congress's stalwart, man who was known to be anti-Mamata Banerjee, loses a seat he's won for 6 years. In the Shubhendu Adhikari strongholds, the lead that the BJP has is wafer thin. Balurghat, Shukanta Mojumdar, a seesaw battle. Again, these are big wigs of the BJP. In North Bengal, the BJP seems to have managed to hold on to Darjeeling, but in other seats there was a contest. And this is something that perhaps the BJP will have to introspect. They've lost ground in Bengal, and Didi magic has prevailed despite the Prime Minister's involvement in this campaign. It was always the Prime Minister. He held so many rallies and took on the BJP Trinamool Congress head-on. Mamta Banerjee responded to the Prime Minister, and if I were to list 4 or 5 issues that have worked in favor of the Trinamool Congress, I'll quickly go by them one by one. One, Lokhir Bhandar. That's a scheme of stipend for women in West Bengal. It's worked on the ground. We've seen it during the campaign. It yielded massive results, so much so that the BJP had to come around and say, we'll increase the value of Lakshmi Bhandar. But people obviously trusted Mamata Banerjee on Lakshmi Bhandar. So the second thing is, of course, you know, this whole attack on what the BJP Trinamool said was fish eating, that the Prime Minister was against, fish eaters. And this is something, again, MAMTA Banerji repeated in rallies, that why did the Prime Minister bring up Tejasvi Yadav eating fish? Something that, again, Bengalis and fish, you can't, dissociate the two. And therefore, that's one thing that seems to have been an issue of resonance in the campaign. Then, of course, you had the issue of withholding funds, something that the Trinamool went to town with and even claimed that they had paid out certain dues that were withheld to Manrega scheme beneficiaries from the state's own revenues. Fourth, and this is also important, there were High Court orders that came during the election. Many questioned the timing, and these were cancellation of jobs and cancellation of certificates that were granted. Now, the Trinamool claimed these were done at the behest of the BJP. The Trinamool turned it around several rallies. The MAMTA Banerji said that the BJP was behind all of this. And that's something that also perhaps seems to have worked in favor of the Trinamool and backfired as far as the BJP is concerned. So, obviously, while there were High Court judgments, they did have an impact on the election. So that's what leaves MAMTA Banerji with this tally of 29 seats in this state of 42 parliamentary seats.
All right. So as you're pointing out, of course, MAMTA Banerji managing to capitalize on all the issues and those seem to have worked in favor of her. Thank you for the moment. Now, let's also go across to Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu's TDP is a key dependent for the NDA to get the required majority. The Telugu Desam party has already reached a majority in the state, and Uma Sudhir now joins us. Uma, Chandrababu Naidu, of course, ready to take oath as the next chief minister. Also, we've seen the BJP's top leadership constantly being in touch with Chandrababu Naidu. So he's turned into quite the kingmaker, isn't he?
Yes, indeed. Chandrababu Naidu would certainly love that role, because that's a role that he has played in 1996 as well as convener of the United Front when in fact Deve Gowda and then I.K. Gujral became Prime Minister and he was the convener of the United Front. And yes, he has also played a national role when he was part of the NDA in 1999 when the Telugu Desam turned out to be the second largest party with 29 MPs. Right now, Chandrababu Naidu is sitting on a tsunami of a score in the assembly election, having, in a sense, should I say, bettered what the numbers that the YSRCP had done in 2019. They had got 151 out of 175, and now Chandrababu Naidu, just the Telugu Desam, is getting 133 out of the 144 seats that he contested. Janasena, very, very impressive gold standard that they have set. Not just has Pawan Kalyan won in Pitapuram Assembly constituency from where he was contesting, all his candidates seem headed for victory. So it is 21 out of 21, 100% strike rate for the Janasena in Andhra Pradesh. The third partner, of course, BJP, had contested 10 assembly seats, and they could be heading towards victory in as many as 5 of them, it appears. But the Lok Sabha seats as well, the NDA alliance headed towards getting at least 20 plus of those 25 seats in Andhra Pradesh. What I must point out is that just about 8 months ago, Chandrababu Naidu seemed to be almost a politician whose political innings of almost 50 years was coming to an end. He was sent to jail in September of last year, and at that time he was an accused in the skill development case, and there were multiple cases that were piled up on that to ensure, it appeared, to keep him in jail for the longest period of time. And at that time, despite the efforts of Chandrababu Naidu himself, his son Lokesh, as well as his wife Bhuvaneshwari, who otherwise has never been in politics but came out in the public domain to talk about her husband and talk on behalf of the party that her father N.T. Rama Rao had founded. At that time, things were looking really bleak for this 74-year-old politician. In fact, if he had lost this election in 2024, it would have probably been curtains for the leader and a lot of legal trouble. But things can change dramatically. You cannot write off anyone in politics. That's what it shows, and especially not a wily politician as Chandrababu Naidu has often been described. Yeah.
Uma, I actually wanted to ask you, what was it that turned the tide in favor of Chandrababu Naidu? Because he's done a spectacular job, and I'm going to come back to you on that one. Do stay with us. Let's also bring in Tanishq Punjabi. Tanishq, the Samajwadi Party, now that's been the big story of today from Uttar Pradesh, hasn't it? Akhilesh Yadav managing to put the India alliance neck and neck really with the BJP over there. Quite a surprise coming in.
Well, yes, definitely. You know, if we look at the exit polls, that of course, all the exit polls that were going on, none of them predicted that the Samajwadi Party or the India alliance add together could win around, could win more than 12 to 14 seats here in Uttar Pradesh. But yes, of course, today's results are very surprising here. If I talk about the current numbers, the India bloc together is leading on around 40 seats, the BJP on 39 seats, and one is of course of the Azad Party of Chandrasekhar. But talking about the Congress here, apart from SP's surge here in Uttar Pradesh in 2019, it was only five seats that the Samajwadi Party managed to win. This time the tally will definitely go up. But there is another very important story here is of course the resurgence of Congress in Uttar Pradesh. In 2019, remember, the Congress had only one seat with them. That was the Raebareli seat, the so-called the Congress bastion or the Gandhi family's bastion. But this time the Congress is leading on several seats. Out of the 6 seats, the Congress is leading with more than 30 to 40,000 votes in several seats like Barabanki, Allahabad, Raebareli, of course, and Amethi, as of course the Congress has managed to win now, defeating the giant slayer Smriti Irani. So of course, very interesting here. This was rather unexpected. I am right now behind the Samajwadi Party, in front of the Samajwadi Party office. The party workers are of course gathering here for celebrations. But one important thing to note here is that none of the parties are celebrating too early. Akhilesh Yadav is still inside his home. Of course, important meetings going on right now, important talks going on. But Akhilesh Yadav is not at the party office right now to celebrate this. Of course. But yes, the party workers have started gathering. Numerically important, Uttar Pradesh, 80 seats, a very tough fight. The BJP managed to win around 64 last time. It is currently leading on around 39 seats, and the Samajwadi Party and the Congress together are together leading on around 40 seats.
Absolutely. You pointed out the fact that the Congress party has also done quite a turnaround over there. Raebareli, Amethi, of course, going to grab headlines. Let me go back to Uma now. Uma, we were talking about the fact that, till a few months ago, many would have written off Chandrababu Naidu completely. He's not only managed a political comeback in Andhra Pradesh, but he's also going to be so important to the NDA. Now, what has brought it about?
So the turning point really came with the actor, politician, Janasena leader, Mr. Pawan Kalyan, actually in a very cinematic manner going into Rajahmundry jail, meeting Chandrababu Naidu, coming out and dramatically making this announcement saying that his Janasena is going to fight the election along with Chandrababu Naidu and the Telugu Desam. And at that time, it was seen with a lot of skepticism, but he gave the Telugu Desam a lot of hope. And suddenly, it seemed like there could be some possibility there, political comeback possibility there. And Pawan Kalyan, remember, was part of the NDA, and it was not a secret at all that the BJP was not really in love with Chandrababu Naidu. They were actually looked at him with a lot of suspicion, because twice in the past he has taken on Prime Minister Modi. First, when he was Chief Minister 2002, he had in fact demanded the resignation of Chief Minister Narendra Modi, who was then the Chief Minister of Gujarat. This was after the Godhra riots. In 2018, he had said he had blamed Prime Minister Narendra Modi for not giving special category status to Andhra Pradesh, and he had used quite sharp language for him, and that's the reason why the NDA and the BJP had wanted nothing to do with him. But political expediency took over, and Pawan Kalyan played an important role in convincing the BJP that they all need to get together in order to defeat the YSRCP, and that's exactly what happened. There was a momentum that picked up after that, and that's what led in fact to this victory. And Chandrababu Naidu knew that the alliance between the Janasena and the Telugu Desam system needs to work on the ground, and that's why both these leaders also, I must say, did the alliance dharma very well. Every week they would have at least 2 meetings together, public meetings I'm talking about, and they would be very courteous to each other, giving each other respect, that space, so that the message went down the line to the cadres that they are not in competition, that they need to work together. And that's why the alliance seems to have worked beautifully. The caste equation between the Kamma and the Kapu, the cadres between them, and remember, all this vote needed to be transferred to the BJP as well. So they were able to tell people about the importance of the BJP being part of the alliance, and that's how the vote transfer happened to the BJP, which otherwise does not even have 1% vote share there, and the TDP and the Jana Sena in many senses ensuring the victories of the BJP in the Lok Sabha as well as the assembly seats in Andhra Pradesh as part of this NDA alliance. But much more important is what's going to happen now. While we expect any minute now the Jagan Mohan Reddy will go in and formally hand over his resignation letter, Chandrababu Naidu is going to be taking his oath as Chief Minister on the 9th of June in Amravati, which he as well as Mr. Amit Shah and others have declared will actually now be the capital of Andhra Pradesh. Remember, we just celebrated 10 years of Telangana formation and 10 years of Andhra Pradesh not having a capital, and therefore Amravati going to be that capital that Chandrababu Naidu promised. Can he now, with his new status of being a very important leader, you spoke about Naidu could once again be kingmaker. I've spoken to senior leaders in the party and they are telling me that yes, there is such an opportunity, but we intend to stick by our alliance dharma and we will stay loyal to the NDA. This of course is political speak, so things could change dramatically, because we do know that while the Prime Minister and the Home Minister have spoken with Chandrababu Naidu, absolutely, we also do know that Sitaram Yechuri and Sharad Pawar and DK Shivkumar have also spoken, and there could be other leaders like Revant Reddy, who has been an associate of Chandrababu Naidu, who could be used to once again begin these conversations that could lead to something. Remember, tomorrow is the, JP Nadda was having a meeting this afternoon, and we are going to be seeing Sharad Pawar and others of the India Alliance also getting together. So things are still quite fluid at the national level. If Tanishq was pointing out that celebrations have not begun in Uttar Pradesh,
absolutely,
it's because
Uma,
in Andhra Pradesh the story is one side complete because of the assembly elections. The other is the bigger picture in Delhi, and that's where everyone is now looking.
Absolutely, as you're pointing out, there's going to still be a lot of fluidity, a lot of tension perhaps on how this really pans out. Let's bring in Jitendra Dikshit now. Jitendra, Maharashtra has been quite another story today. It's been a close NDA versus India alliance battle that we've seen panning out in Maharashtra. But at this point in time, it does appear that the India alliance has not only managed to, keep its flock together, also the fact that they have managed these number of seats. Give us an overall sense of how this happened, despite the fact that there was so much push put in by the BJP. Here we saw so many rallies take place of the Prime Minister. There were other senior leaders who continuously, were in Maharashtra campaigning.
Right now I'm at Pune at a counting center where Supriya Sule is leading her sister-in-law Sunetra Pawar was pitted against her, and in this contest Supriya Sule is leading. Just a few minutes ago the weather changed here and all of a sudden rain started, and I think metaphorically this indicates that there is a change in the weather of Maharashtra as well, because in last Lok Sabha elections in 2019 the Mahayuti, the NDA alliance, was able to garner 41 votes out of total 48 votes. So Maharashtra is the second highest state which is having this much number of seats after Uttar Pradesh, which is very important to form the government at the center. So in Maharashtra this time the NDA has received a big setback, and when the election process began, it had set a target of 45 plus, but now the trends are showing that NDA is not able to cross even 20 seats, and on the other
hand, Maha Vikas Aghadi has performed brilliantly, and all the constituent parties, Congress, Uddhav Thackeray, Shiv Sena, and Sharad Pawar's NCP, despite so many setbacks, they have been able to perform well, and they are able to reach around 28-29 seats. They are able to garner 28-29 seats, and this is a very big setback, not only for the NDA but also for BJP, because last time in the last elections BJP fought on 25 seats and was able to win 23 seats, but this time the tally of BJP has reduced to just 11 seats. Some of the reasons which I pondered over and I jotted down here is that one of the prominent reasons is that there was an undercurrent of sympathy for Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. Both the parties had, both the leaders had seen split in their parties, and in Uddhav Thackeray's case, Eknath Shinde, the tallest leader in the party, had rebelled against him and formed his own party, and in Sharad Pawar's case, Ajit Pawar, his own nephew, had rebelled, and in both the cases, Election Commission had recognized the rebel groups as the original party and had given them the official symbols. So these two leaders, they had to get new names for their parties, get new symbols, and still they were able to perform this well. And one of the main reasons for such kind of performance is that there was an undercurrent of sympathy towards them. Second reason is delayed announcement of candidates by the NDA. When the talks were going on for the seat sharing, there were like many disputes over few seats, and due to those due to that infight, the declaration of names on many seats was delayed, and this gave time to the opposition party members to campaign. So this is another reason. Then third reason is the strategy of inducting tainted leaders backfired. Leaders like Ashok Chauhan, leaders like Ajit Pawar, whom the BJP targeted, calling them corrupt, they were inducted into the NDA fold, and this, it seems, has not gone down well with the people. This had dented the credibility of the NDA. This could be another reason. Then fourth reason, I believe, is, and which is one of the major reasons for NDA's defeat in Maharashtra, is the Maratha agitation. Since last year, this Maratha agitation had a big impact in the Marathwada region, and there were many seats where this factor, Maratha agitation factor, has played a role. Certain OBC leaders from the NDA fold had given certain statements which had led to controversies, and those statements have backfired to the NDA. Another reason, I believe, is the distress of farmers. Few months back, there was a ban on the onion exports. That's why farmers from the northern Maharashtra were agitated. Then, due to unseasonal rains, farmers had to face losses, and they complained that they were not receiving enough compensation.
Absolutely.
So these were also factors which contributed to the loss of the NDA. Apart from these factors, a general anti-incumbency factor was there, and there was no wave like 2014 and 19, and issues like Ram Mandir didn't resonate with the electorates in Maharashtra.
As you're pointing out, of course, rural distress is something that, you know, may have turned the tide over here. I want to go across to Tanishq for a very quick question. Tanishq, you know, for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh, it will lead to a lot of soul searching. Perhaps anti-incumbency, one of the main factors that led to the numbers that have come in today?
Well, you know, when in 2019, where the Samajwadi Party and the BSP were in alliance, and they managed to win 15 seats at that time. Now, a lot of people, a lot of you know, experts said that in Uttar Pradesh it is the best possible alliance that one can, you know, that can ever happen, the Samajwadi Party and the BSP. But this time, actually, you know, what happened, I would like to, you know, put it out why the Samajwadi Party is taking the lead on many seats. One, of course, as you mentioned, is the anti-incumbency factor. With anti-incumbency factor, you can always, you know, relate it with the low voter turnout factor. Second, the Samajwadi Party and the Congress got their caste equations right, and they put the right candidate. So in Uttar Pradesh, caste matters to a lot of people before voting. So they put the candidate of a particular caste which had a high population in one particular in any Lok Sabha seat. That was the strategy mainly adopted by the Samajwadi Party here. And both Samajwadi Party and the Congress working together, they made sure that the transfer of votes takes place, because it is very important for an alliance, so that the transfer of votes takes place between the parties that are coming into alliance. One, of course, a hurdle for the alliance has been the BSP here. The BSP decided to go solo. And the BSP, of course, could have acted as a vote cutter, which they did act in a lot of seats this time as well. But of course, things were different this time. The parties, the vote transfer was clear between the Samajwadi Party and the Congress, and that is why, of course, there is a surge in the tally here.
Absolutely. Uma Sudhir, Jitendra Dixit, as well as Tanishq, thank you very much, all three of you, for joining us and breaking down how these states, in fact, have changed the picture, so as to say, very, very different from the exit polls. We slip into a very short break. On the other side, when we return, we'll bring you more. Stay with us.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
And let's listen into all those comments that are now coming in from senior leaders. Former Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, of course, has won the Lok Sabha constituency of Bidisha. He says that the voters are his God. Listen to him.
पिछली बार कांग्रेस 38,000 वोटों से जीत गई थी, लेकिन इस बार जनता ने कांग्रेस का सूपड़ा साफ कर दिया और मोदी जी पर, भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर पूरा विश्वास प्रकट किया है.
And in fact, while Rahul Gandhi is leading by a huge margin in Raebareli, Kishori Lal Sharma has managed to overturn the cart on Smriti Irani in Amethi. Here's what the giant slayer said.
अमेठी की जीत जो है गांधी परिवार और यहाँ की जनता की जीत है, ठीक है. ये उन्हीं को समर्पित है. अगर जीतते हैं, अभी तो काउंटिंग चल रही है, वैसे तो अभी 14-15 राउंड की रिजल्ट आया जो, उसमें मेरा ख्याल शायद 1 लाख प्लस हो गया. तो ये क्योंकि अभी काउंटिंग हो रही है, तो मैं अभी जीत नहीं कहूँगा उसको.
All right, and Shashi Tharoor's challenger, BJP's Rajiv Chandrasekhar, of course, says that introspection is required.
5.7% as I understand today's numbers, which is again a record percentage of votes. And yes, we did come short by about a percentage or percentage and a half of votes. But that is something that we will look into, and we will look to increasing our support.
All right, now the Congress incumbent MP from Thiruvananthapuram, Shashi Tharoor, thanked his opponent, the BJP's Rajiv Chandrasekhar, and said that the election was like a super over.
They've shown 3 times in a row. This is now the 4th blessing. And of course, I will do my best to be worthy of that trust and to serve them well. I might add that while the World T20 is going on in the US and the West Indies, the super over was here. It was a very tight race. And let me congratulate my 2 rivals, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Pannian Ravindran, for having put up such a spirited fight that it became such a close contest.
All right, on that note, it's a wrap from us, but we'll be back in just a bit with our continuous broadcast, India Decides 2024. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by Crystal and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on 3 things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for investment purposes such as fixed deposits and mutual funds, and self-employed women invest more in mutual funds at 17% than salaried women at 13%. How many women are investing in mutual funds? While the share of women in mutual funds has risen in the past 5 years, what is heartening to know that more women from the hinterland of India are investing in mutual funds versus urban centers. And the report also showed that the party state of India, Goa, has the most number of women who invest in mutual funds. Goa has the highest share at 40%, followed by states from the northeast, all in the high 30s. Chandigarh, Maharashtra, and New Delhi also have over 30% share of women in the industry's asset under management. Now, I told you that older women are financially more independent, but women investors, at least 50%, are younger and between the age 25 to 44 years. And one more data. Based on the National Family Health Survey, urban women's involvement in key household decisions surged to 91% in 2019-2020 from just 49% in 2005 to 2006. So, women are now not only taking important financial decisions for their families, but also investing and saving.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in...
Watching NDTV Profit, I'm Tamanna Inamdar, and with me is Nupur. What an exciting day it has been. complete somersault from the market's perspective. But over the next 1 hour, we're going to be talking about the political picture and what comes next. Because frankly, that's where the story is, isn't it, Nupur? Just going through what the numbers are showing so far, and I'm just going by the Election Commission website right now. Bharatiya Janata Party at 243 in all. That's leads and wins. The INC at 98. The JDS at 2. But really the real story over here is from Chandrababu Naidu's TDP and Nitish Kumar's JDU. So that's making up the 294 for the NDA. But what an exciting day. Pollsters have been proven wrong, but the assessment that NDA will return for a third term is pretty bang on, isn't it?
Oh yes, absolutely. At this point in time, it does seem that the Prime Minister will be returning with a third term now. And if we look at the tally of the NDA, it does seem that they will manage about 300. So that's looking good. But on the downside, as you were pointing out, the opinion polls now completely off track. And mostly, if we were to pick out 2 states, West Bengal completely off the track. The Trinamool Congress over there getting 29 seats. Those are leads as well as what we are getting now from the Election Commission. And the other thing that, Tamanna, I want to talk about is the Samajwadi Party. 35 seats in Uttar Pradesh, which actually makes them lead Uttar Pradesh as far as the India alliance is concerned. So that is another story.
41 in all. When
yes,
you're talking
absolutely.
about Uttar Pradesh, you have to look at 41 seats for India and 35 for the BJP. In fact, I just want to make that point. Let's look at the most populous states and the largest number of contributors to the Lok Sabha. Uttar Pradesh will be on top because it has 80 seats. Those leads are actually 41 for India Alliance right now. As far as what I'm seeing on the EC on our chart, it's 40 and 39 for NDA. Let's go to Maharashtra next. 48 seats there in the Lok Sabha, and 48 is also seeing the India Alliance with 29, NDA with 18. Let's go to West Bengal next. Also very important state, 42. Here MAMTA Banerji has held her ground. Remember, she moved out of the alliance. So actually that's most of her gains there. But TMC plus, let's say the non-NDA pack is getting about 30 there. The BJP not getting as much as was projected. But where have the upsides been? The upsides have been in Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh really is the story of the day. Bihar is the story of the day, where clever strategic alliances inked before the election have worked. The NDA 21 there and Bihar at 30. So that's the big story panning out, isn't it?
Absolutely. In fact, in Bihar, we've seen the JDU get that number along with the BJP. So that alliance has worked very, very well. And so has the one in Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu, of course, coming back as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for the 4th term. He was a politician who'd almost been written out, if one were to talk about him about 8 months ago. But what a fantastic comeback he scored over there in Andhra Pradesh. Also, we have seen constant dialogue between the BJP and Chandrababu Naidu. So, that is where the cohesion is coming in from. But, Tamanna, what I wanted to talk also about was Aam Aadmi Party. So, it's been a dismal election for them. Look at the number of seats, just 3, and they were looking at becoming
Delhi.
a pan-India party.
3 in overall.
3 overall.
Wow. So Punjab is the big story there, because remember they swept the assembly election. Let's pull up Punjab. Where Aam Aadmi Party swept the assembly election, and that breakup you're seeing, the blues are actually the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party were fighting against each other here. We just showed Delhi briefly, and Delhi is an interesting story because the NDA has managed to hold on to all its seats in Delhi. So the whole Kejriwal situation has not really worked.
Not just that, Tamanna, the BJP has managed to keep all 7 of its seats. That's a fantastic tally over there. Remember, when we were talking about Delhi last, we saw that all their candidates, except for Manoj Tiwari, particularly had been changed by the BJP. So that is something that has worked very well for them. They did their groundwork very well. So the BJP coming up on tops over there. India has 0 seats in Delhi, and that is where the power is held. Let's also, Tamanna, perhaps look at
before we do that, we have Rohit Chandavarkar on now. Senior journalist Rohit Chandavarkar, senior political commentator, joining us on the show. Rohit, great to have you back, and especially because I know that smile, because you called it, didn't you? We spoke on the 1st of June. Look at that, I told you so smile, my God. We spoke on the 1st of June after all the exit polls were out, and you were the outlier where everyone else on that panel was calling a clean sweep and a huge majority for the BJP. You stuck your neck out at that time and talked about a 250 to 260 number for the BJP alone. That seems to have actually happened. You're the closest to that figure. So, you know, you called it when no one else could really see it, and we're looking at all of that exit poll buzz. Now, having said that, what is the picture today showing you?
When I said that, you know, BJP alone, just the BJP will reach about 250, and it looks like they might reach exactly that figure. I also had in my mind that you know, it is almost clear that they are the first ones to quickly approach the President of India and stake a claim at forming the next government. I think that's what they will do. So for your viewers, it's very crucial to know, you know, 5 days, 7 days from now, maybe a week from now, who will be, you know, forming the government. It is almost clear in my mind that BJP-led NDA will form the government in Delhi. The next government will be an NDA government, because the president will invite them as the single largest party in the House and ask them, you know, give them some time period to prove their majority in Lok Sabha, which they can do most easily compared to the other formation. Now, the only rider to that, or the only you know, possibility which can spoil this situation for NDA is players like MAMTA Banerji, Nitish Kumar, and Chandrababu Naidu suddenly deciding that they don't want to be with Narendra Modi-led NDA. That is one possibility. And the second possibility is, of course, the independents or, you know, others, small parties, etc., suddenly line up with the India alliance, which I don't know whether that will happen, but there'll be some uncertainty on that front the next few days. But BJP, being the kind of election-winning machine that it is, and the kind of maneuvers that they do, and the capabilities that they have, and the control that they have right now over many things, it looks like they will move first and you know, stake a claim to forming government. Now, just to look back, if you have a few seconds more, just to look back why this happened and why I was sure that BJP will be only reaching about 250, is because I almost had it clear in my mind that Uttar Pradesh, largest state in Maharashtra, they are likely to lose about 20 seats. They have lost even more from the tally of 64 that they have had previously. And in Maharashtra, I could see that they could lose almost 25. And in other places like Haryana and other places, you know, there was no scope for, you know, winning those many seats. So in my mind, I thought from 303, which was the previous tally in the previous Lok Sabha, BJP was likely to drop to about 250, and they might gain something in Odisha or 1 or 2 in Kerala or wherever, which has happened, but that is not good enough to compensate for this fall. But still, I think, you know, 1 or 2 things that I said on your show, I must admit, went wrong, which was one thing I said was Nitish Kumar is likely to do badly, but he's done well. Now the big question is, which way does he move, or which way does he tilt? He's Mr. Famous, you know, for his U-turns. So we don't know what he's going to do. But it was nice to, you know, do that prediction on your show. You gave me a lot of time.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm very glad that our viewers and you could, you know, get that view. And
so Rohit, you did get that bit wrong, but in the larger picture of how many people got election predictions wrong, I think you can forgive yourself that much. Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu have now become extremely crucial players in the NDA situation. And now here's the question. You talked about, you know, Nitish Kumar, of course, comes with a political legacy of switching sides very often. But why would he at this point? He has great numbers, he gets a piece of the pie, and in a position where he's not sort of the underdog. Both for Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu, the NDA formation idea works, doesn't it? Okay, we seem to have lost that feed, but we'll get Rohit Chandavarkar up in a bit. And this was I was keen to speak to him because he got it bang on the first after the exit polls. Rohit, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. The frame just froze. Some technical problem.
But did you hear my question?
No. Can you quickly?
Okay. No, I'm saying why would Nitish and Naidu want to switch over? Because they get to be in the NDA. They get to be in the NDA in a situation where the single largest party has to listen to what they have to say.
Yes, only two things that may affect them. Firstly, they might not be getting the freedom in the present setup of NDA to do things that they might want to do next 5 years. That is one, because everybody knows the way current BJP functions. So once they put their weight on the NDA side, after that, maybe for 1 or 2 months, they will be able to do something. But then later, BJP will quickly occupy the space and not let them do anything that they want. There's one fear that might push them towards India alliance. Second thing is, they might be given very powerful positions in the India alliance, the Rahul Gandhi-led alliance. Some promises might be made, etc. But I don't know. It's too early to say that. The third important player is also, we have to consider her name also. That's MAMTA Banerji. And let's not be too sure. I mean, she was very critical of BJP, very critical of Modi, very critical of the attacks that happened on her, verbal attacks during the assembly election, etc. But Mamta, being a very smart politician and having been in the India alliance earlier in the Vajpayee days, she was the railway minister. She also might take some call. Nobody knows which way she will go. She might not be with India alliance for sure, and she might not go with NDA for sure. Also, she might decide on that. So these three players will really matter, and they have their own reasons for taking decisions. But Mr. Modi will have to change his style quite a lot. That one thing I can say.
Right. Hi, Rohit. This is Nupur here. Rohit, what I just wanted to understand, of course, from you was that you said that Mamta Banerjee is someone, who could hold a lot of cards close to her chest. Now, as far as the India alliance is concerned, she said, I'm going to give you outside support. I don't want to be a part of the government. That's what she said before, these results came out. Do you think that is going to change, perhaps? Would she be willing now to switch sides? As you yourself pointed out, she's been with them before, with the NDA before, so that's quite a likelihood.
Look at the way NDA has functioned, especially BJP has functioned in the last couple of years or 2-3 years in the run-up to the election. There are all sorts of pressures and tactics being used against people who matter. People like Eknath Shinde in Maharashtra or Ajit Pawar in Maharashtra or whoever. Now, these leaders were very critical. Ashok Chavan, former Congress Maharashtra chief minister also. These people matter in the regional politics. And look at the way they have suddenly shifted to the BJP just 1 year or 6 months before the elections. So these tactics are being used. I don't want to articulate everything in words, what tactics are used, etc. Viewers are intelligent enough to understand that. Now, given the way things Mamta is facing right now, especially with some of her relatives, etc. I'm not sure whether she is also prone to, those kinds of pressures or what would happen. So it's difficult to say whether she will stick to what she has said earlier. She now matters. She has 30 MPs with her, and she's been with Atal Bihari Vajpayee's, government as railway minister, and she has been vocal against the Congress party also. She did not make an alliance with Congress in Bengal. She fought separately, and Congress got an alliance with left parties. So she is a lone soldier there. She might take any call, and that matters. 30 seats are going to matter quite a lot. Chandrababu and Nitish Kumar together, both of them together have about 30, and Mamta alone has about 30. So these, three players will really call the shots, and I think they'll do anything. They can tilt in any direction.
Right. What's your sense on what's happening in Maharashtra now? It's been very interesting, of course. The India alliance over there ahead as far as Maharashtra goes, leading the NDA. Actually, if you'll just pull out the numbers for Maharashtra particularly, last we saw it was about 28 for the India alliance. So what's your sense of what happened over there?
This is a huge jolt in Maharashtra for the BJP for sure. with Devendra Fadnavis being very aggressive, very active, holding more than 100 rallies all across Maharashtra, 115 in fact, all over Maharashtra, and using all kinds of techniques and political maneuvers in the state. The BJP was very confident that with Eknath Shinde and with even Raj Thakre's support and everything, they would get very close to 30. But it looks like they are somewhere around 19 or 18, which is like a big problem for them. I think there might be some defections happening now, because it's becoming very clear that Uddhav Thackeray is much more popular compared to Eknath Shinde, and people think he's the original Sena. It's also clear that Sharad Pawar has done well. Supriya Sule is almost winning in Baramati. So Ajit Pawar's morale is down. And, surprisingly, the Congress party is getting close to 12 seats, I think, which was not expected. So all three players of the Mahavikas Aghadi of the India Alliance have kind of done much better, maybe very well compared to what was previously expected. And this will affect the upcoming assembly elections in Maharashtra, which come in October. And that's also very crucial for Eknath Shinde, present Chief Minister, and all the parties in Maharashtra. I believe that there's going to be some defections happening, because this is the first big election since the splits happened in Maharashtra, and nobody knew whether people gave their mandate, people were okay with those splits, or people were angry. It looks like people disapproved those splits. People didn't like the way Uddhav Thackeray's party was split. People didn't like the way Sharad Pawar's party was split, and the symbol was given to Ajit Pawar, etc. That has reflected in the voting. And I think it's going to be trouble for not just BJP, but also for Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar's faction in the coming months, especially in the assembly election in Maharashtra. There might be major political turmoil in Mumbai and Maharashtra in the coming months.
So it's going to be exciting times. Rohit, stay with us. We'll take a very short break, but we're coming right back, getting you more voices and a clearer assessment of how the picture evolves. Stay tuned.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
You can accomplish all your financial dreams. Let us worry about giving you the right investing insights on the Portfolio Manager.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell.
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
or a long-term investment,
all you have to do
is ask Profit.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple.
If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future, as we've got your options covered. Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide. An unmissable trade. If you want to be in the money.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right.
All right, and welcome back to our special broadcast, India Decides 2024. News just coming in, of course, that the Prime Minister has won from Varanasi by a margin of about 1.5 lakh votes. Joining us on the broadcast is Tamanna, of course, continues to be with us in the studios. We've also got Aarti Jairath, senior political commentator, joining us. Rohit Chandravarkar also staying with us. Aarti, good evening. Thank you. Aarti, still the big picture seems to be that the NDA is looking all set to form the next government. 293 is what the number that we are staring at. The BJP, still the largest party, the party with the biggest footprint across India?
Well, yes, in terms of numbers, it is the single largest party. And therefore, I think according to precedents, it will get the first shot at forming the government. So, I mean, I think the president, there are precedents. So the president will be, bound to call the BJP first.
Hi, Tamanna here. Great to speak with you. I just want to understand how you are looking at the mandate that we have seen. Is it also a nudge to the NDA government in its third term to look at welfarism more? Will the focus, in your view, on what is happening in rural India increase in terms of policy beyond, the Labharti model, which has currently been quite successful? How do you read this mandate?
So, I think we have to wait and see what the shape of the government will be, who will occupy various ministries and so on. But yes, if we were to read the mandate, and I think the messages that are coming across very clearly from, say, a state like UP, which has been the bedrock of the BJP's rise, since 2014, the message from UP is very clear that there is agrarian distress, that there is deepening concern about unemployment, that people are okay with Labharti, they're happy to get the free grain and the subsidized housing and so on. But, people are more aspirational. So they want a roadmap which can give them a way to better their lives. And that can only come through education, better healthcare, and a job. And when they say job, they don't want to just be a part of the pakoda economy. They want more. They want white-collar jobs. They want office jobs. And of course, a lot of them want government jobs. The government, unfortunately, has been really cutting down on hiring over the last few years. And, the point is that the government cuts down on hiring, then the government there has to be an alternative available for people. If government jobs are not there, then private sector or something. So, you can't just leave people suspended without jobs and expect them to, kind of run a small tea stall or something like that, because people are much more aspirational than that. So I think the messages are very, very clear. But what is interesting in this election is that there is no national mood. And you can see the picture is different from state to state. In a place like Odisha, the BJP has done very well. It's a breakthrough for the BJP because it's going to form a government there. And it's the end of an era. Naveen Patnaik, bows out after 3 terms or 4 terms as chief minister. But in UP, they've done so badly. So, I mean, the picture is different from state to state. I think there's also a big message from Maharashtra, where I think people have not taken kindly to this, to the kind of politics that has been in play for the last 2 years. Jor Tor, breaking parties, encouraging defections, taking in people from parties that were once upon a time your sworn enemies. I think people have lodged a very strong protest against that with the kind of numbers that they have voted. So there are many messages.
Let me get Rohit in on the Maharashtra bit, Aarti, because he obviously tracks this very, very closely and was one of the few people who called the 250 number for the BJP. In Maharashtra, Rohit, the fact is that we are going to be seeing a lot more developing. This is a state which goes to assembly polls at the end of the year, possibly. Does this set the stage for a reworking of the alliance as far as the Mahayuti is concerned? Clearly, the Shinde-Ajit Pawar combo has not really worked out for them.
Excellent question and excellent prediction. Surely and definitely, I have no doubt in my mind that the High Command in Delhi and the leadership in Maharashtra and all of them, once this setting up of the government at the center, that job is done. The first thing they're going to do is focus on Maharashtra and just see what went wrong and, realign themselves with their partners or, ask some partners to, not be there with them or make some changes, etc. As you very well know, this happens to be one of India's, if not the most industrialized, one of India's most industrialized states, a big industrial hub, big cities, Mumbai, Pune, Navi Mumbai, Thane, Nagpur, financial capital, Mumbai, huge amounts of resources, and, booming economy, booming real estate, booming auto sector, booming IT sector in Pune, etc. Any political party wants to govern this state, and that's their top priority. And they got into, a lot of effort and lot of political tricks and everything 2 years ago to finally get the control of the state. And the idea basically, Tamanna, was that if you have your local government, that is your state government in Maharashtra, somehow you can influence the 48 Lok Sabha seats that are going to polls in 2024. But somehow that very thing, that very principle or that very formula just fell through. And, despite having their government in Maharashtra with Eknath Shinde as CM, Devendra as Deputy CM, and the Home Ministry being under them, the police being under them, all the district collectors from 36 districts reporting to them, and all of that. Despite that, they are not reaching the number 20 out of 48, when last time they got 41. So definitely there's going to be some crackdown. Whether they change the leadership in Maharashtra, that is Devendra Fadnavis, I don't know, maybe not, but they will certainly realign with people. And one of the persons who will now be kind of discarded or sidelined is Ajit Pawar. They they took a lot of risk because the old timers from RSS, the BJP, were very upset that they took Ajit Pawar along. But the whole idea behind that was to split Pawar family and get Baramati constituency, the Pawar hub or the home turf of the Pawars. And today that has also not worked out. Supriya Sule is winning there. Sharad Pawar's daughter is winning there. So a lot of thinking will happen about Maharashtra, and October we will have assembly elections, and very soon after that, more than 10 municipal corporations, Tamanna, including the big Mumbai Municipal Corporation, which has a budget of more than 50,000 crore rupees per annum, much bigger than some of the states in the northeast of India. That goes to polls. They have to hold those polls. They were due in 2022. For some reason, they were postponed. Now they have to hold those polls also. So Assembly and then Mumbai Municipal Corporation, Pune Municipal Corporation, all of that, all this cash-rich, all these cash-rich bodies and all this cash-rich state will go for polls once again. At that time, BJP will again, realign themselves, and the election-winning machine that BJP has will really think on this thoroughly and make all the changes that are required. So you will see some heads rolling. You will see a lot of changes and all of that in the coming months for sure, Tamanna.
Right, Aarti, if I could ask you, what's your view on Andhra Pradesh? If some months back someone were to look at Chandrababu Naidu, a lot of people had written him off, but look at the comeback he's made. Not just, becoming the chief minister for the 4th term, but also, he's going to be a very key constituent of the NDA, when the BJP stakes claim. How do you see him?
Well, I mean, it was a very clever alliance that the BJP stitched up in Andhra Pradesh. Getting Chandrababu Naidu on board and getting Pavan, Kalyan on board. So the caste combination has worked beautifully for them. They've done very well in Andhra. And, Chandrababu Naidu is a very interesting partner to have. As you know, Vajpayee and he had a good equation, but Chandrababu Naidu was a very demanding partner. He was constantly raising financial demands for Andhra Pradesh, at that time a united state. And he was constantly raising financial demands for Andhra Pradesh. And the Vajpayee government had no option but to give in because they were so dependent on his numbers. So similarly today, although now Andhra Pradesh is truncated, and, it's 25 seats instead of the 42 seats it used to be. But 25 seats is 25 seats. And, it's going to be very interesting to see how the Modi-Chandrababu Naidu equation develops, and what are the kind of levers that Chandrababu Naidu can employ to further the interests of Andhra Pradesh vis-a-vis Modi, or what are the kind of levers that Modi will employ to keep Chandrababu Naidu in control. So I think this is an evolving relationship, and we can watch it with great interest.
It's interesting because both Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar are chief ministers of their respective states. And would they want to trade that for a central role? How will they command the best out of what their numbers are? Aarti is already saying no, and that seems likely. Salman Soz is joining our conversation, Congress spokesperson. Salman. You wanted to respond to that, Aarti, before I go to Salman?
Nitish Kumar was called yesterday by the PM. And from what we've heard, it was basically the PM offering him a role at the center and wanting to install a BJP chief minister in Bihar. And I'm told that Nitish Kumar said that, well, let me think about it. And now, of course, the results are such that the JDU has done very, very well in Bihar. So there's no question of, Nitish Kumar moving to the center or the Prime Minister being able to prevail on him that be replaced by a BJP leader as chief minister.
So the terms of any further conversation, of course, changes. Salman Soz is joining us, spokesperson of the Congress party. Salman, great to speak with you after a while. It's a good day at the office for the India Alliance and for the Congress party. We're seeing live footage right now from Delhi, where Rahul Gandhi is going to be attending a press conference in just a bit from now. So we'll, of course, get you all of that action live. But Salman, what do you think has worked? And secondly, how does this translate further? Because at the end of the day, there's no doubt that the Congress has reached the 100 mark. It's compared to 2014, 2019, it's a big jump up. The India Alliance has done better than, pollsters obviously expected. But what does this translate to?
I think the people wanted change. I think that's the message here. The message from the people, to my mind, is loud and clear. In fact, as far as my party is concerned, our internal assessment shows that we should be getting more than 100 seats, not 100, but more than 100 seats. So let's see, we have to wait till the end of, counting. But have we done better than I expected? Yes, because my number, quite frankly, was 75 plus. The party's assessment came just 2-3 days back to me, and I saw that it was well above 100, so which is great. Now, what has worked is that people wanted political parties to talk about the issues that matter to them, and what matters to the people of this country are basic issues like jobs. The BJP had promised lots of jobs. They did not deliver. They delivered 5 kg ration and basically made it seem like they were doing a great favor to the public. And they were basically, the equation was, we will give you food and you give us your vote. The people said, no, thank you. food is our right, and our vote is not your right. So I think the arrogance of the BJP, I think, helped us. I think this whole narrative of 400 par, 400 par, I think it really galvanized people, and we obviously must also take some credit because the opposition parties, attacked this because we know what that kind of a mandate means, especially when it is with parties like the BJP. And the reason it struck a chord with people is with the public.
Salman, to come back to my question, then where does the political landscape go from now? So a constructive opposition, a more powerful opposition than say what we were seeing even 2 days ago, in the mind space, and that's pretty much it, isn't it?
Absolutely not. The whole landscape has changed. I mean, please look at the numbers from Uttar Pradesh and see who is leading with the biggest margin in Uttar Pradesh right now. It is not Prime Minister Modi. It's Rahul Gandhi. I mean, if you look at what has happened in the country, if you really think about the politics of the country, what basically imagine a country where if before the election people thought that this election was going to be so close, do you think that BJP would get 200 seats? They would not. The message from my perspective is that we don't want you talking about Hindu, Muslim. Talk to me about my child's future. That's the message. And the kind of mandate that we see right now, where the BJP does not get to 272 by a significant margin on its own, the first political defeat of Prime Minister Modi's electoral career.
Right
this
now,
is the first political defeat.
Salman, I just wanted to bring your, ask for your views on what happened in Karnataka. Karnataka was a state where the Congress formed the government. Unfortunately, if you could just pull up those numbers for Karnataka, not looking very good for the Congress over there. It is the alliance, the NDA alliance, that is actually doing well. What went wrong?
Look, Karnataka is always, if you look at the Lok Sabha results of Karnataka for many elections, not just these previous 2 elections, I don't think Congress has gone beyond 14 seats in a long time. We don't know why this has happened. In fact, what seems to be happening is that in the second phase, we did less well than in the first phase. So we have to see why the voters reacted the way they did. So this is not a showing that, quite frankly, we were looking at. We were thinking that we would get 14 to 15 seats, maybe slightly more. So it is a disappointing result. But for us, I think there are other disappointing results. Let's be clear. Madhya Pradesh is very disappointing. Chhattisgarh is disappointing. So Delhi is disappointing. Uttarakhand is disappointing. So we have now work to do. But now we know that the people of this country want change. They want the Congress to do more. And I think that is the message to us, that do more, work for us, work harder in all of these places. And that is why I say,
it's interesting you say that, because yes, people want change, if I take that forward, but not enough of a change in your favor. So
no. The change is radical. This is a radical change. Please think about the election before we started in April. Who in their right mind was going to give the opposition these many seats?
No, that's
Nobody.
true. That's true. The exit polls didn't either.
The opinion polls at that time were giving the NDA 350, 360, that kind of a score. So, that was the number.
Yeah.
Once phase 1 finished, we felt that there was something happening. And by the way, one of the early indications I got from my own state was Udhampur, where today the Prime Minister's minister in his office, Jitendra Singh, won, but by a considerably reduced margin.
Yeah.
It was telling me that if you can have a tight election in Jammu and in Udhampur, something's happening in the country.
Okay.
So the country was getting ready.
So there is a message. There is a message to the NDA about what the country wants, what voters want. What does it translate into? And I think the big picture over here and what people want to understand, let me come to you, Aarti, on this, is essentially how does that change the way an NDA's third term is run in terms of its outlook, its focus and its messaging. And of course, we'll have to wait and see where the chips fall in terms of what exactly that component is, who gets what ministry, etc.
Yeah, so I disagree a little bit with Salman Soz. I don't think there's any one message that is coming, from these elections because, every state has voted differently. There are states in which the BJP has done well. There are states in which India has done well. So I think that, it's really, it actually reminds me of the 2004 verdict, which L.K. Advani had described as an aggregate of state elections. And this is what we are seeing today also, an aggregate of state elections. But what will change for the NDA, when they form the government, is that it is going to be a coalition government. It is not going to be a single party majority rule. And, to that itself, and of course, there will be a stronger opposition voice in parliament. So these two factors will impose their own constraints on the way the government functions, on the way, I don't know whether the government can ride roughshod over, parliamentary procedures and parliamentary conventions the way they have been doing all this time. Maybe they will have to learn to reach out to the opposition, take them along, be a little more consensual, be a little more accommodative, similarly with their partners, both with Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, both of whom are very seasoned politicians, they will have to be much more accommodative. So what does this mean as far as the NDA is concerned? They had announced before the elections that they're going to go ahead with the UCC. I don't see that happening.
Okay. Let me, Aarti, in fact, let me just get that view from Shaina NC of the BJP who's joining in. Shaina, hi, good to speak to you again. A tough day though for the BJP, for the NDA, and for what was expected. Is there a sense of what went wrong for the BJP?
Well, I think that, preliminarily, if you view it objectively, we had set our standards too high. The fact is we are still the single largest party, and as an alliance partners of NDA, we are 300 almost. So in that sense, the numbers are better, and it will be...
Shaina, the question is that will the alliance partners, frankly, that's all we've been talking about all day. When you've seen the markets also respond, what we've been talking about all day is exactly this. The question is that will the alliance partners toe your line? Now that, you don't have more than 272 on your own.
I'm sure they will, because everyone knows that the path to development is the only path to progress. And for whatever it's worth, Tamanna, Prime Minister Modi, in 10 years of being in power, got India on track. There was no case of corruption, no scams. And Viksit Bharat is not just a dream, it's a reality in to come. So I would only say that hold your horses. Today is a day to celebrate. Today is a day for referendum which has come from the people of India. And in the next few weeks, I'm sure there will be absolute clarity on a roadmap ahead and a blueprint, because the Prime Minister doesn't leave anything to chance. He does work round the clock, and I'm sure in this case too, it'll be in the public domain in terms of a vision plan of NDA for 3.0.
Shaina, the Congress today, and we have Salman Soz also with us, is talking about how the message from the voters is that just the doles are not enough. Not enough has been done. This is also the voice of Bharat, of rural India, speaking out to the BJP today.
Nice to hear Salman after a long time. Let me tell him clearly that every vote that has come from different parts of India, people said that, BJP can never reach out to Orissa, for example. And look at the mandate from Orissa. It shows you that BJP has ventured into a state where we were not even in the reckoning, and we have formed government. So every state has its own dynamics. If you take, for example, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, the vote share increase in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, I think that in totality, we have ventured into space where we were not necessarily the front runners. But in every exam, Tamanna, you can't be the one who gets first class first and 100% on 100% in everything. So there will be hits and misses. So many victories and defeats determined by such small margins. Like, for example, you take my home state of Maharashtra, people have won by 2,000 and 3,000 votes in a Lok Sabha election, which is not necessarily a telling of public sentiment. It's also a little bit of numbers and jugglery here and there.
Right. Can I get, Salman, would you like to respond to that? You know, what China is saying essentially is that she doesn't believe this is a signal, you know, about anti-incumbency or about rural distress. You know, the BJP sees it as a hit and miss, but do you feel that there could perhaps have been 10 years of anti-incumbency also at play here?
Well, absolutely. I think there was anti-incumbency. We saw it. I think as the election went along, I think it was clear. Let me just say that, and I think maybe Aarti ji will disagree with me again on this, but I think this is a much more significant moment than the 2004 election, because you see, Mr. Vajpayee was not into the kind of scorched earth politics that Mr. Modi and Mr. Amit Shah exemplify. I think Mr. Vajpayee did not use the institutions of the state like you know, the Prime Minister and the Home Minister have done you know, during this election and before that against the opposition. I mean, we have 2 sitting chief ministers being arrested, for God's sake. The kind of money and media kind of resources that the BJP, today's BJP has, are not what Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee had at that time. It was not so brazen. It was not, the differences were not so huge. So despite all this, despite all these opinion polls, these fabricated polls, despite all these exit polls, etc., for us to actually take the fight to such a powerful political party, probably the richest political party in the world, with all sorts of tools at its disposal, I think this is a significant defeat, much worse for the BJP than the 2004 mandate. And I would add that not only is the BJP not guaranteed to be part of the next government.
All right. All right. So we're just going to listen in to Rahul Gandhi in just a bit from now. That press conference is beginning at the Congress Party. Salman, thank you so much for speaking with us. Shaina, thank you so much for speaking with us. I'm going to go to Rohit Chandavarkar while we queue up that feed and we wait to hear what's coming out of that press conference. Rohit, I mean, this narrative and this back and forth will continue. The question is what finally happens? What is the kind of government that comes? And will NDA 3.0 be dramatically different from a policy perspective in terms of the reform path that we're already on? I mean, one of the theories that I'm hearing, and Manisha Priyam was saying this earlier, is Chandrababu Naidu is known as a reformer himself. Nitish Kumar has not been anti-reform, with the focus, of course, being on Bihar. So, in that sense, it's not really that all the leaders are on a different page.
Well, there's going to be a lot of changes, and beginning with if Prime Minister Narendra Modi takes over, the government himself, and they decide that he should be the Prime Minister, most probably that will happen. You will see a new Modi. You will see a Modi who is much softer, much nicer to his alliance partners, and handles things in a totally different way. Apart from that, on the economic front, also important for all of us, the policy issues will change a lot. You right now see the onion farmers agitating in Maharashtra, farmers agitating in Punjab and other places, mainly because of policy issues, mainly because of the restrictions they have on exports, other things. Now, people like Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar and others are going to intervene into that. You see a lot of restrictions on food habits. Somebody like MAMTA Banerji is going to change that. You see a lot of liberalization in terms of land acquisitions, very important for all of us. Somebody like MAMTA Banerji will put restrictions on that.
So Rohit, you're convinced MAMTA Banerji is coming to the NDA. You're speaking of them, and I caught that you're speaking of them in the same breath as Nitish and Chandrababu Naidu. And on the first, you'd also talked about don't be surprised with changes in Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray was also one of the question marks of what happens next.
Yeah.
So the game. State of play is still open.
I don't know, but I don't think Uddhav Thackeray will go. I don't think Uddhav Thackeray will, I'm sure that there might be some kinds of attempts made from the BJP side in case required. Right now, if Chandrababu and, Nitish come, that will be good enough with independents and others. If Mamta turns towards them, leans towards them, it will be even better. And I don't think they will need Uddhav Thackeray. But even if they approach Uddhav Thackeray, in case they want to, I don't think he will go. But the point is, we can look forward to a lot of policy-related changes and a lot of things changing in terms of economic policies and other things.
All right.
Tamanna, I have to join another show.
That's okay. Rohit, thanks for being with us. We're cutting across to the Congress press conference right now.
In fact, Mallikarjun Kharge speaking over there. Let's quickly go across and see what he's saying.
इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया। मैं इस मौके पर कहना चाहूंगा कि श्री राहुल गांधी जी की दोनों यात्राएं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा और भारत जोड़ो न्याय यात्रा के दौरान लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को मिलना, लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनना और आगे चलकर उन समस्याओं का हल ढूंढना हमारे कैंपेन का आधार बना। हमने इसी को 5 न्याय और 25 गारंटी का नाम दिया और इसी के आधार पर हमने गारंटी कार्ड बनाया। हमारे कार्यकर्ता उसे लेकर घर घर पहुंचे और लोगों को संपर्क करे। इसके अलावा जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो भाजपा नेतृत्व की अहंकार की वजह से हुई। उन्होंने धीरे धीरे सारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर गैर कानूनी तरीके से कब्जा करने की कोशिश की। फिर इनका उपयोग विरोधी दल के खिलाफ करने लगे। जो दब गया उसे दबा के अपने तरफ लिया, जो नहीं दबे उसकी पार्टी को तोड़ दिया, नहीं तो फिर जेल में डाल दिया। लोगों को ये विश्वास हो गया था कि मोदी जी को एक मौका और मिला तो अगला हमला संविधान पर सीधा होगा और लोकतंत्र पर होगा। इसीलिए लोगों को इसके प्रमाण नए संसद सत्र के साथ ही दिखेंगे। खुशी इस बात की है कि भाजपा इस षड्यंत्र में अब सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। मैं इस अवसर पर सीपीपी चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि इनके वजह से हमको बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन देश में मिला और आज ये स्थिति जो बनी है उनके वजह से बनी। और हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो है देश में, उन्होंने भी हमारा साथ दिया। इसीलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आखिर मैं इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने सभी साथियों और शुभचिंतकों का धन्यवाद करता हूं। सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वर में रहे, सभी ने मिलकर प्रचार किया और एक दूसरे की मदद की। हमारे हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अच्छे तालमेल के साथ काम किया। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। अभी हमारी लड़ाई अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंची है। हम सबको आने वाले दिनों में इसी तरह लोगों के अधिकारों के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बचाव के लिए, देश की तरक्की के लिए, सीमाओं पर सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते रहना चाहेंगे। हमें सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि संसद सुचारू रूप से चले, विपक्ष के मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिले, संसद में उन पर बहस हो। आने वाले दिन महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे जब कभी भी मौका मिले। आप सभी को मेरा धन्यवाद और आपका
All right.
साथ.
So that, of course, is the Congress president over there talking at the Congress headquarters. We're, of course, expecting Rahul Gandhi to speak. But let's go across right now to Aditi Fadnis, who's now joining us. Good evening, Aditi. Thanks for joining in. Aditi, what's your sense of what Modi 3.0 is going to look like now? Clearly, the BJP is still the largest party with the biggest footprint. Perhaps, however, the dynamics of the new coalition are going to be different.
You're quite right, and they are going to be different. We are going to see the BJP much more dependent on alliance partners. The demands of the alliance partners will have to be considered.
I'm so sorry. We'll just come back to you. I think Rahul Gandhi is speaking at that press conference. We'll quickly cut in.
दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी. ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब, आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे, क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया, डराया. प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं. आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल रहना चाहिए, और उस रोल को काफी लोगों ने किया, काफी लोगों ने खुल के किया, काफी लोगों ने छुप के किया. और आपके इमोशंस कहां थे हमें मालूम है. लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी. और मैं आपको सच बताऊं तो मेरे माइंड में था पहले से, जब इन्होंने हमारा बैंक अकाउंट कैंसिल किया, जब चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को जेल में डाला, पार्टियां तोड़ी, मेरे माइंड में था कि हिंदुस्तान की जनता अपने संविधान के लिए एक साथ खड़ी होकर लड़ जाएगी. और यह सच साबित हुआ. मुझ में भरोसा था और मैं हिंदुस्तान की जनता से, इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स से, कांग्रेस पार्टी के हमारे सब नेताओं और बब्बर शेर कार्यकर्ताओं से दिल से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं. आपने संविधान को बचाने का पहला और सबसे बड़ा कदम ले लिया है. कांग्रेस पार्टी ने इस चुनाव में, कांग्रेस पार्टी के सब नेताओं ने 2-3 चीजें की. सबसे पहले हमने इंडिया गठबंधन के पार्टनर्स की रिस्पेक्ट की, उनकी जो विशेष थी उनको हमने साथ लिया. और आपने देखा होगा कि जहां भी गठबंधन लड़ा, हम एक होके लड़े. दूसरी बात, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है. प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है. ये जो हमारा परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इंडिया गठबंधन का परफॉर्मेंस हुआ है, इसके पीछे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, जो रिजर्वेशन पर बीजेपी ने आक्रमण किया, गरीबी, अदानी जी के आपने स्टॉक्स तो देखे होंगे, देखे?
All right. So going back to Aditi right now. Aditi, you know, we were talking about the new contours, if she's still with us, about this a new government that we are looking at. Give us a sense of the pushes and the pulls that will be there perhaps in the third session of Modi 3.0.
Well, this is not a strong and resurgent Narendra Modi that we are looking at. We are looking at a Narendra Modi who is full of conviction but still quite weakened by the bad performance of his party in some states. So he will be obviously dependent on alliance partners and will have to tailor the agenda of the BJP accordingly. As far as I can tell, some of the things like the issues which touch the states will have to be tackled very judiciously and with a lot of sensitivity. There is the amendments to the Electricity Act which are going to come up, which will allow multiplicity of discoms. The states have been opposing most vociferously. That is going to be an issue. There are going to be other issues regarding GST. The Kerala government is very blunt about what it expects the center to do. I think it's taken the center to court also. So all these disputes are going to resurface, and the parliamentary role of the Congress is going to be much more vociferous. Obviously, it has a bigger presence. The states have a bigger presence. So all in all, you will have, I think, a much more conciliatory federal government towards the states.
Now, Aditi, of course, Chandrababu Naidu and JDU are going to be the big partners for the BJP as, they look set to form the next government. How do you see that, particularly, JDU, Bihar, Nitish Kumar is not really known to be someone who sticks by the decisions he's made. We've seen him in the past, change sides. How much of a challenge do you think that is going to be for for the NDA government?
I think the NDA government should be reassured that Nitish Kumar is probably going to stay with the NDA this time. That said, the process of hollowing out happens, and we have to see the moves that the BJP will make towards both the Telugu Desam party as well as the Janata Dal United. Because, without going into the personal private details, I think that Nitish Kumar's health is not what it used to be. His levels of energy are also lower, and a lot of his political work is being handled by bureaucrats, both serving and retired. So now we have to see how that will play out. Basically the contours of the levers of power will, I think, change.
Right now, also Aditi, quick, what's your sense about Chandrababu Naidu? If we were to talk about, 8 months ago, everybody had written him off, but here he is, the comeback man, becoming the Chief Minister for Andhra Pradesh for the 4th time. He's going to be very key to the next government at the center. How do you see his resurgence?
Chandrababu Naidu has gone through many incarnations. In this incarnation, I think he's going to rededicate himself to creating Andhra Pradesh, and there are a lot of challenges there. There's a problem of the capitals. The state doesn't have a capital. Although there's a lot of welfare schemes that have been carried out by the previous government, there's a whole lot of things that have been left incomplete. So I think that is what will consume him. He will need the center's help, and presumably that is the price that the center will have to pay for his support.
Right, you mentioned Amravati, of course. Now it's back in the news. We are hearing that he's going to likely to be taking oath in Amravati. That's at least the plan. So perhaps, the capital will remain, might just again be Amravati. But what I also wanted to understand from you is how do you see the issue of continuity? Now, that's something that's worried many people. How will the reforms continue? Because the BJP clearly has a reduced majority. But, the people who are partnering with the BJP will still be seen as being keen on reforms. The TDP, for one, Chandrababu Naidu himself is known as a reformist. So how do you see the policies continuing?
Chandrababu Naidu is not in that sense a faithless alliance partner. He's not capricious as long as you don't irritate him too much. So if you leave him alone and do whatever he expects you to do, I don't think he will be an unreliable partner, and he will support more or less what you want to do. He will, in fact, give you more suggestions on what the states need. Hopefully, he will bring a calming touch to the BJP's rather fraught relations with state governments.
Right, what are your thoughts on what we've seen in West Bengal? Quite a bit of a surprise, given that pollsters hadn't expected MAMTA Banerji to do so well. She has done quite well, and she's actually stumped everybody.
Well, I think in Parliament, the situation will become quite interesting now, because the BJP cannot take the opposition for granted anymore. It cannot arbitrarily chuck members of the opposition out of the house and suspend them and so on and so forth. I'm not sure about the dynamic of the Trinamool Congress and the rest of the Congress-led opposition. We have to see how that works out. That will be, I think, quite important in the way the opposition works. So I think Parliament will become a very much more interesting place than it was earlier.
All right, Aditi, do stay on with us. We slip into a very short break, but when we return, we are going to be talking a bit more about the numbers that have been thrown up and what Modi 3.0 could look like.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by CRISIL and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on three things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for investment purposes such as fixed deposits and mutual funds, and self-employed women invest more in mutual funds at 17% than salaried women at 13%. How many women are investing in mutual funds? While the share of women in mutual funds has risen in the past 5 years, what is heartening to know that more women from the hinterland of India are investing in mutual funds versus urban centers. And the report also showed that the party state of India, Goa, has the most number of women who invest in mutual funds. Goa has the highest share at 40%, followed by states from the northeast, all in the high 30s. Chandigarh, Maharashtra and New Delhi also have over 30% share of women in the industry's asset under management. Now, I told you that older women are financially more independent, but women investors, at least 50%, are younger and between the age 20.
Welcome back. You're watching India Decides 2024, and we're going to be looking at Modi 3.0 with the BJP having becoming the largest political party at this point in time. Aditi Fadnis continues to be with us. Aditi, very interesting story being played out in Maharashtra. Now, you know, the India Alliance actually is leading in Maharashtra as opposed to the alliance that was formed and led by the BJP. What's your sense of what's happening in Maharashtra? And, you know, with elections, assembly elections, perhaps in October or later towards the end of the year, do you see things changing drastically here?
I think the assembly elections are going to be quite different from the Lok Sabha elections. And possibly the performance of the BJP, which left something to be desired in the Lok Sabha, is probably going to be much better in the assembly elections. But we have to see there are a whole lot of issues in Maharashtra. There is a problem of water. There is a problem of development. There are some pockets which are highly developed, but farmer suicides continue. So these are all the issues that the government has to address itself on. And at least Maharashtra has shown that people can think and articulate their grievances quite intelligently in an election. I happened to go to Vidarbha during the election campaign, and I saw for myself the kind of issues that people were posing before the government. So unless the state government really exerts itself, I fear that the BJP, Eknath Shinde, Ajit Pawar alliance could face challenges.
All right, Aditi, thank you very much for joining us on the broadcast. So obviously, a lot will depend on how the new alliance shapes up. We'll know more as and when those meetings actually take place. New Delhi is where all those meetings have begun already. We've seen the senior leadership of the BJP in a huddle. We've also just had a press conference from the Congress party. So lots up in the air yet. But at this point in time, it does almost seem certain that Modi 3.0 will be returning. The numbers, just for viewers, finally, we are looking at the NDA perhaps forming the next government. The numbers are in their favor. We slip into a very short break here on our special broadcast, India Decides 2024. When we return, we'll be bringing you more. Stay with us.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
আমি এরকম যতটা পেরেছি শারদ পাওয়ারকেও করেছি, যতটা পেরেছি যাদের ফোনে পেয়েছি ধরতে, এমনকি রাহুলকেও আমি কংগ্রেস মেসেজ পাঠিয়েছি, যদিও মেবি দে ওয়ার বিজি ফর ইলেকশন, কিন্তু এখনও পর্যন্ত ওরা কারোর সাথে আমাদের কন্ট্যাক্ট করেনি, না করলেও আমাদের কোনো যায় আসে না। আপনাদের নিশ্চয়ই মনে আছে, আপনারা অনেক সময় আমাকে আন্ডার এস্টিমেট করেন। আমি কি বলেছিলাম, তোমাদের 2টো সিট দিচ্ছি, তোমাদের একটাও এমএলএ নেই, 2টো সিটেই জিতে যাবে। আর আমি বলেছিলাম তোমরা ইন্ডিয়ার সাথে অ্যাডজাস্টটা করো সবার সাথে, তাহলে তুমি 100 সিট পাবে। আমার কথাটা মিলেছে কি মেলেনি? किसका गेन हुआ है? देश का गेन हुआ है। हम तो कहा था देश रहने दो, मोदी को जाने दो। बिजनेसमैन के ऊपर इतना टॉर्चर। कल आपने देखा है शेयर मार्केट में क्या हुआ, कौन किया है? बीजेपी किया है। रुपया किसका है? बीजेपी का जान पहचान का आदमी का है। हम शेयर बाजार नहीं समझते हो कि हम एक कॉमन फैमिली से है, ये मेरे को जानकारी में नहीं है। लेकिन आज इतना जब्ती करने का बाद भी, इतना एट्रोसिटीज करने का बाद भी, इतना रुपया खर्चा करने का बाद भी, मोदी जी का इतना अहंकार, इतना अमित शाह का अहंकार, इतना बीजेपी का अहंकार, इतना चीफ मिनिस्टर को लेके हर जगह में जैसे वो डाटा सबको थ्रेट किया। हमारा स्टेट में ऑल लीडर को थ्रेट किया फोन में, हमारा स्टेट में हर काउंसिलर को थ्रेट किया, हमारा स्टेट में हर एमएलए को थ्रेट किया। किसी का पास तो रुपया भी भेजा, वो तो हमारा जानकारी में है, 2-3 सीट में वो हम इंक्वायरी करके लेंगे। लेकिन बात ये बड़ा है, इतना जब्ती करने का बाद भी इंडिया जीता है और मोदी हारा है। आप देखिए जो अयोध्या लेके ऐसा काम किया है, अयोध्या में हारा है। मोदी जी का सीट में क्या है? पोस्टल बैलेट में भी हारा था। मैंने जो सुना, पहले तो 5 लाख वोट में जीता था, अभी क्या हुआ? इतना अहम बात किसी के लिए ठीक नहीं है, हमारा लिए भी ठीक नहीं है। हम तो आज इतना आशीर्वाद जनता को मिला है कि हमारा सिर हम नीचू करने चाहते हैं। हम जनता को कहने चाहती हूँ रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर का भाषा में कि हमार माथा নত করে দাও কে তোমার চরণ দুলার তলে, সকল অহংকার হে আমার ডুবাও চোখের জলে। আমাদের কোনো কৃতিত্ব নেই, সবটাই মানুষের কৃতিত্ব। আমি মানুষের চোখের ভাষা বুঝি। 2.5 মাস 3 মাস ধরে কোনো ইলেকশন চলতে পারে না। যদি 3 মাস ধরে ইলেকশন চলে, বছরে একবার পঞ্চায়েত, একবার মিউনিসিপ্যালিটি, একবার লোকসভা, একবার विधानसभा, একবার बाई इलेक्शन, तो डेवलपमेंट का काम नहीं होता है। तो इसी के लिए जो कानून मोदी जी ने किया है, 147 MP को एक्सपेल करके, वो कानून अभी कामयाब नहीं होगा। इसी के लिए कि 2/3 मेजोरिटी तो नहीं मिला। 2/3 मेजोरिटी नहीं होने से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन अमेंडमेंट नहीं होता। आप लोगों को पता है ना? पता है तो ना, पता नहीं है? जो हारा है उसको लिए हमारा कोई दुख नहीं है। हमारा पार्टी को अगर जो हारा भी है उसको हरा दिया है रुपया देके, मैं तब भी उसको कंग्रेचुलेट करने चाहूँगी कि वो लोग हिम्मत से लड़ा। जो जगह में हम जीता उसमें हम जनता को कहेंगे दे आर द मैन ऑफ द मैच। हम आज का चुनाव में इलेक्शन कमीशन को जो रोल है, हम कहने चाहूँगी कि ये बीजेपी का कमीशन का तरह काम किया। दे आर जस्ट लाइक हिज मास्टर वॉइस ऑफ बीजेपी। जो कंप्लेन किया वो काम किया। हम रिकाउंटिंग चाहते हैं तो नहीं देता है। बीजेपी को क्यों दिया रिपोर्ट, हमको क्यों नहीं देते हैं? इसका मतलब यही होता है वो चालाकी से मोदी का सीट और 10 बड़ा बढ़ाने चाहते हैं। लेकिन प्लीज याद रखिए,
Mamta Banerji, as fiery as ever, But let's go across from that winner to the big loser perhaps in South India today, Maria, Jagan Mohan Reddy and the YSRCP. This is what he said a short while ago.
పోరాటాలు చేయడం అంతకన్నా కొత్త కాదు. నా రాజకీయ జీవితం అంతా కూడా ప్రతిపక్షంలోనే గడిపా. ఈ 5 సంవత్సరాలు తప్ప పోరాటాలే చేశా. రాజకీయ జీవితంలో ఎవడు చూడని కష్టాలు కూడా అనుభవించా. ఇప్పుడు అంతకన్నా కష్టాలు ఏదైనా పెట్టినా కూడా సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నాం, సిద్ధంగా ఎదుర్కొంటాం. ఆల్ ది వెరీ బెస్ట్ గవర్నమెంట్లోకి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళకు. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
A brief press conference there by the outgoing Chief Minister, who has actually tendered his resignation just short while back. He has resigned already.
Yes, Mamta, and he was somebody who, he fixed his date of swearing in and everything else before the results came. They were extremely confident, the YSRCP.
Perhaps misplaced confidence, Jagata, will you say that?
Yeah, I mean, misplaced, yes, and also, it was quite brewing. This is something that Andhra was a very clear case, which nobody sort of had any doubt about in the last couple of months. But nobody thought it would get Roger like this.
He never thought that he was going to get swept out like this in terms of it. Yes, Manu Sundaram also joins us of the DMK there, Maria, from Chennai. Look, Manu, while it seems to be good in Tamil Nadu, the NDA still has won 1 seat. Overall, the national picture, the DMK was one party which was actually hoping that they would have a shot at power in Delhi again after 10 years. Is that door closed with the numbers that you see on the screen?
Well, unless Veeraraghav, you or somebody in the BJP who are not at all connected to you has letters of support from Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, I think all doors and windows are still open very much. Today, we are still yet very far from final results. We will know probably in another couple of hours, maybe even longer, depending on how close this election goes. But it clearly is a rejection of a single party majority. I think that not even the BJP can deny at the moment. This is a rejection of 2019's mandate. It is, a repudiation of the 2019 mandate. If anything, NDA trends as of now point towards an NDA majority. And I say that with great care and caution because NDA at the moment includes Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu.
But Manu, sorry to interrupt you, butting in. I know the point you're making, but I'm asking you this. Look, the Congress is at 99, the BJP is at 240. In 2004, when you got together, the Congress was at 145. Look, with such a huge margin for the BJP as the single largest party, the best that the INDIA alliance could do is to build itself as a robust opposition.
I think it's a bit premature to decide who's going to be in opposition. Like I said, unless letters of support have been given to the President of India, and that is what the Constitution and Representation of People Act 1951 require, and that is what the Supreme Court under SR Bommai versus Union 1994 also says.
Manu,
do you have a single
do you have
a party with absolute
for the moves
majority?
and counter moves of various political parties? Rahul Gandhi's press conference also gave some indications that they could get in touch. But Mr. Naidu is going to come to Delhi tomorrow for the NDA meet. So will Nitish Kumar be traveling. At the moment, we really do not know whether he comes or not, because let's not forget that Nitish was not there for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's nomination ceremony.
It's just, Maria, what Manu is saying is purely an indication of how the allies are thinking as well. I think some of the allies will look at what chance is there, right, Manu? Very quickly on Tamil Nadu before we let you go. On the results in Tamil Nadu itself, the NDA is still about 16% vote share, which is quite a bump in terms of vote share down there in Tamil Nadu. Is that a worry as you head into an assembly election?
It is actually a drop of 3.5% from 2014. So what you're saying is the 10 years of Modi government, Modi Amit Shah brand of politics has actually resulted in 3.5% drop in the BJP vote share here. The actual BJP alone vote share is about 10.7%. Congress is 10.8%, DMK 26%, and ADMK 21%. By and large, Tamil Nadu is still about the Dravidian parties. By and large, Tamil Nadu is still a place where BJP will never get a toehold. And this has been the story in 2014, 19, and 2024. So after 15 years, essentially, after we complete another 5 years, I don't really see any great change in the BJP's fortunes. And I think the people who projected themselves as BJP's stalwarts and Chanakyas here in Tamil Nadu themselves have tasted defeat today. And I see all of this must be seen in the context of how opposition parties have fought this election with one, if not both hands tied to the back.
Yes.
The Enforcement Directorate, the Income Tax Department, the Election Commission, the media.
Understand the big picture, the all India picture. And Sandeep Shastri, even as we wait for the first response from the party which has won, which is the single largest party, and the coalition which has actually crossed the majority mark, we have heard from the opposition sides. We have heard particularly from Rahul Gandhi, who has said that he'll wait for his alliance partners to really come up with whether they would be actually making attempt at government formation. But I think would you say that that's a call that should be taken or not taken? A robust opposition.
Maria, we have had
power is always snatched.
We have had several governments formed which are alliance governments.
Yes.
But remember, it's only 1999 and maybe 2009 when you had a pre-election coalition actually forming the government, and this is only the third time it is happening. That if it happens, it's the third time that a pre-election coalition has got a majority. In all the other occasions, the coalition was formed after the results were announced. After the results were announced. So there is a little more stability in a pre-election coalition because there will have to be a lot of answers to be given if certain key players within the NDA decide to move out of it into another alliance immediately after the results are announced. So in that sense, being a pre-election coalition, there is a little more stability in terms of numbers.
And also the single largest party at 240.
80% of the seats.
By a mile and a half. Sanjay Pugalia also joins us, Editor-in-Chief. Sanjay, those numbers on your screen, we had the DMK reacting, you heard the Congress speaking out, we haven't still heard from the BJP. How do you see those numbers on the screen?
If we keep our opinion aside and look at very neat, clean, cold fact, then it is a historic win of the incumbent. With simple majority, NDA will be back in power. This is a hat-trick by a Prime Minister Modi-led government. And that is the biggest important message of this mandate, that Indian democracy is thriving and vibrant and robust, where you are seeing such a mandate, such a great election. I actually, rather than speaking more, I have come and joined this panel when I saw these three wise people here, which is Sugata, Sandeep and Manisha. I thought I should come and get some insights from them. And I want to ask Sugata, how does he sees this mandate? Is it not a historic mandate? If it is, how?
It is a historic mandate. Nobody can dispute the fact that it is a third term. It's, he has already been in power for 10 years. There should have been much more anti-incumbency. He should have been routed out, swept out of the power. But that has not happened. If you still look at the numbers that are trickling in, BJP is the single biggest bloc at 240. And Congress is 140 seats behind. So in that sense, and with, as Shastriji just mentioned, in terms of a coalition, it is a pre-poll coalition. So you made seat arrangements. You fought without putting up your candidates. So there is also a kind of obligation on the part of the coalition partner to remain faithful to the original alliance. Otherwise, it will start creating problems. Say, for instance, even a very small party like JDS in Karnataka, if it's tomorrow starts switching back into the Congress fold, I think there'll be a backlash there. They'll be completely gone. Their 13-14% that remains will also be wiped out. So similarly, I think Nitish did a somersault quite recently. I mean, even if Nitish wants to go back, will Lalan Singh want to go back? Now, that's the kind of question that props up inside a political party like the JDU.
So another theory that is doing round, what if Mr. X or Y switch sides? Do you think it is possible, Sandeep ji? Because my understanding is NDA, BJP is much more pragmatic and accommodative in managing coalition partners. History tells you that. And see the flexibility and the sharpness of the current BJP leadership. They formed these three alliances: Deve Gowda, Nitish Kumar and Naidu at the fag end of their term. So they understood something. They had a strategy in mind. What if things go wrong? What is my plan B? And these three new alliances has helped BJP where BJP is today. Sandeep ji.
Yeah. And as you say, of the three alliances, two of the alliances you are the senior partner and one you are the junior partner. And the aim of all the three alliances was to challenge the opponent who had the potential of doing better in the Lok Sabha election when it was to be held, and they succeeded in that particular mission in all the three cases. Now, given the fact that as of now, the BJP accounts for 80% of the NDA, the number of seats it has accounts for 80% of the NDA, this would be an alliance which is very different from previous alliances. We have had previous coalition governments where the largest party or the party from which the Prime Minister came was like a first among equals among all the parties. Now this coalition, when it is formed in terms of if it were to come to power, would be a coalition with a dominant partner and other junior partners as part of the coalition. Now, it will depend on the political dexterity of the leadership as to how they assuage the sentiments which there will be of the junior partners, maybe a Bihar package, maybe a special benefit to Andhra where they are being, government is being formed. So all that would be part of that negotiation that goes on.
One more question before Veera and Maria starts having some more conversation on the same topic is this to Manisha ji. What is the message from greatest Indian democracy today? Under a Modi-led government, this election happened and adversaries were talking about Loktantra ko khatra hai and Samvidhan ko khatra hai. Should we not acknowledge the fact that a Modi-led India has delivered such a pure mandate, such a pure election?
So thanks very much, Sanjay ji, and also I've been traditionally asked the woman question for asking me a politics question and a democracy question. My firm answer is that from this election, the first thanks goes out to the Honorable Supreme Court of India, but even more to the Election Commission that has held the faith and trust. Yes. People of this country repose their faith in the Election Commission of India and want to deeply thank the Election Commission for having held our faith and trust even in troubled moments. That's very clear. Now let me also make a few political comments, and which is that undoubtedly the BJP has come back as the largest party and numbers. And I did, over the last 15 days or so, hear some political consultants or the others say things like brand Modi has gone down, etc. My fieldwork in the poorest areas of Bihar have told me, and these are even in seats where the BJP is not winning, poor women have responded by saying that they have benefited from Jan Dhan, from Ujjwala. So today, the victors and the near victors, all of them may hear that the India's poorest electorate and the women on the margins are not rejecting leaders that they trust has delivered to them. Even Nitish Kumar, for example, much maligned for his political moves, they were all contingent and strategic moves. Now he's trusted by the women of India, and he's proved and performed and proven that the hypothesis about him that the JDU will not deliver is absolutely wrong. All the cadaver netas of the RJD today will believe the BJP today believe and understand that they owe their victory to Nitish Kumar and a coalition of the poor who are also called Pichdas. I think we should drop that name. We should call them the Samans. I would like to also say that the important chief ministers, Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, are pro-reform chief ministers. Chandrababu Naidu, a much-loved boy, a globalizer, brought in investments. When the Telugu-speaking CEO of Andhra Pradesh, also Nitish Kumar, a much-loved political leader for a pro-poor but industry and investment-led climate. Remember, roads and electricity required investments, so the poor can also see a development model. And I think two globalizers, two development leaders by the side of a prime minister who believes in a policy reform-led governance model. It may be very different.
They would appear to be a more natural ally.
Yeah.
Sanjay ji, another point is that I think it will be good and gracious on the part of the Congress to now at least finally clarify that Indian democracy is well and working and not manipulated and the EVMs are rigged. You know, until yesterday they were saying all that.
Let's
be gracious on their part to openly say and send out a message to the world that we are up and alive and kicking.
Let's take that across to Saifuddin Soz.
Well, Saifuddin Soz isn't here. This is Salman Soz. Your guest coordinator should know.
Saifuddin Soz's father. No?
Salman, go ahead.
So, I think you people in this studio may be living in an alternate universe. As far as we are concerned, this election has a resounding message, which is basically a rejection of brand Modi. If you cannot see it, I cannot blame you. But from where we sit, this is an election that before this election, nobody in your studio or nobody in the country gave the opposition any chance. Opinion polls were talking about, this is pre-election opinion polls were talking about the Prime Minister and the alliance, the NDA, getting 360, 370 seats. And as the first phase came along, things shifted, things changed, because the ground reality was totally different. This whole narrative that the Prime Minister is all-conquering and invincible, brand Modi is incredible, global leadership, etc., it basically met resistance by the people who said, we will not let you talk about 400 par.
Okay.
The people who said that you come to us...
I have a point, sir. Salman Bhai.
Sanjay Bhai, let me finish. You spoke for all this time. I've been very patient. I waited for 30 minutes.
Yeah, Salman Bhai, one sec. Just one simple question. I am a great admirer of your oratorial skills and your wisdom. Simple question is, these are not the reference point of discussion that who projected what, who predicted what. Simple question is, you haven't got the mandate. The mandate is of continuity for NDA. Do you admit that?
Absolutely not. This is a significant defeat for the BJP. This is more significant than 2004. Let me explain to you why. Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee did not exercise the kind of scorched earth politics that Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, routinely engaged in. For God's sake, they arrested 2 sitting chief ministers. The kind of control of media, the kind of money that this party has, more money than probably
today
the man.
Elections are over.
Today is a day. The opposition, particularly the Congress, which is sitting at 99, has reasons to celebrate the institutions of India, the Election Commission of India, to talk about how robust is our democracy. Democracy is not in khatra. संविधान खतरे में नहीं है. So आज आपको बोलना चाहिए कि democracy safe है.
I'm sorry, you have to let me speak.
Yes.
Because I waited for all you people. You spoke, let me speak. Because there are 5-6 of you, let me speak. The point is, this election has been in some ways won despite the election commission that is appointed by the BJP. Not according to the directions of the Supreme Court.
Salman, I'm going to come back to you just a moment.
The issue is, Salman Bhai, the issue is,
in Uttar Pradesh,
Congress has done. Salman
Please
bhai,
let me finish.
Congress has
Sanjay
done
bhai,
well.
let me finish.
Look, Congress has done well. We at NDTV do not get into the shouting match. Congress has done well. We congratulate you, but elections are over. Please do not rant. Learn from your party president, Mr. Kharge. Show some decency in congratulating the Indian electorate.
Sanjay bhai, in Uttar Pradesh, the highest vote margin of any candidate belongs to Rahul Gandhi, and the Prime Minister has a margin of 150,000 votes. If that is not rejection of brand Modi, what is
okay,
it?
then are you staking claim tomorrow? Are you staking claim tomorrow?
We will be talking.
What is the narrative you are building? No, Mr. Salman. Mr. Salman Soos, is Congress Party in India going to stake its claim to form the government tomorrow?
Why are you so upset? Tomorrow, the Congress Party and the India Alliance are going to meet, and we're going to chalk out our strategy. People of the country have spoken. Let the final results come out. All of you have to be patient, but this is the bigger defeat for the BJP than it was in 2004. The political implication of this election is incredibly important and much more significant.
Yes,
and
we'll certainly read all the
that.
political implications and perspective of this elections, because we have esteemed analysts here in the studio. I can bring in Uma now. Uma, we just heard from Jagan Reddy. There was a lot of confidence in his camp. Now he has conceded and has also tendered his resignation. We are being told that Mr. Naidu is expected in Delhi tomorrow to participate in the NDA meet which is going to take place.
Yes, indeed. The outgoing Chief Minister has had a press conference, and he has in fact said that he is quite clueless about why this happened, and he listed out all the welfare measures and doles to different segments of the population. So the big political lesson perhaps from Andhra Pradesh for the rest of the country and for the political parties across the country is that you cannot have only a welfare and dole-centric government, and that is not going to yield you the kind of electoral dividends that you would hope they would come if you are going to be focused on that. Chandrababu Naidu is the other big story, because he's won a spectacular win for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh, winning 136 out of the 144 seats that he has contested, and in a sense Janasena and Pawan Kalyan have done even better with a 100% strike rate, 21 out of 21 assembly seats it would appear, and 2 out of the 2 parliament seats as well, and managing to bring in the BJP as well in a state where they otherwise perhaps would not have had any seats at all. Yes, there was speculation through the day about whether Naidu will be kingmaker or whether he himself can in fact be Prime Minister. He has been kingmaker in the past.
My producer is saying that there is a big breaking news coming in. We will finally be seeing the first images of the Prime Minister, who is expected at the BJP headquarters at 7:45 when he will be addressing the party karyakartas, the BJP workers. It's been a tradition which has been followed at the BJP, at the new BJP ever since the new BJP headquarters at DDU, which is the Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg, was set up. Nikunj, it's going to be an important day for the party, an important hour when the Prime Minister addresses his party workers.
Well, Maria, we are just putting out this information because there was a lot of prevarication and talk about the fact that the Prime Minister or the BJP is going to have a celebratory function today. It has just been confirmed by the advanced security team of the Prime Minister that Prime Minister will reach the BJP headquarters at 7:45 p.m. today. So the ritual carries on. The Prime Minister will indeed address the BJP Karyakartas workers, as you said. And timing is also now confirmed. In nearly 2 hours from now, the Prime Minister, in nearly an hour from now, the Prime Minister would be actually at the BJP headquarters. Obviously, the entire BJP blast would accompany him. In the message from the podium, what the Prime Minister is going to say will obviously list the future roadmap of the BJP's political action plan as the day of the counting draws to a close. So I'm reconfirming for our viewers once all over again, at 7:45 p.m. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be at BJP's headquarters addressing and giving his thoughts out on the counting day performance of BJP and the NDA. Maria?
Yes, Nikunj, because the message is of continuity, the mandate is of continuity, and the man of the moment, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, will be arriving at the BJP headquarters at 7:45. What will be his big message? I would ask all the panelists to make some kind of second guess. Beginning with you, Sanjay sir, what is the big message which is coming from the Prime Minister? What do you anticipate at 7:45?
I generally don't get to read long notes, but I did read Prime Minister's notes from Kanyakumari when he went there for meditation. I recommend our political observers to read that note. He has made some very interesting remark that how he sees the future. You will find a reflection of that in today's speech. He will be underlining the historicity of this mandate. The third time a government in a country like India, where you have to handle hundreds of challenges in terms of people's aspiration. Mr. Modi has been given the mandate of continuity of this government. The mandate today in Lok Sabha is for the BJP and NDA, not for the opposition, which is very clear. So this is a mandate of continuity. And then, of course, I am expecting him to talk about how he has got this mandate and what he plans to do going ahead. I do not think Mr. Modi will be worrying too much about the local and state level factor because, as I said in the beginning, Maria, look at the importance of this mandate. In this chaotic democracy called India, a regime is getting third time clear mandate. What is the third time clear mandate? Is 272 for the pre-poll alliance, whichever that alliance is. So NDA has got that simple majority and they will be back in power. This is a mandate of continuity, and this is what Mr. Modi is going to focus on, that for him it will be a business as usual. And of course, he will underline that now the next task is going for a very, very accelerated growth path. And that is what I am expecting him to say.
Okay, before I let you go, a quick word also, because you interviewed the Prime Minister. In that interview, he talked about gave the entire governance roadmap of Modi 3.0. You have a fair idea of how the things will take shape in the next few weeks and months. Do you think Mr. Modi will be talking about states, their roles, and particularly, let's not forget, sir, Odisha is going to be a big victory for the BJP. They're forming the government there.
Definitely, this point did not get much discussed, that victory in Odisha is emphatic and BJP has done pretty well there. Andhra Alliance worked very well for them. As far as the next agenda is concerned, I am very confident. How much he will elaborate today, I do not know. But cooperative federalism, working with coalition, yes, and going for high growth are going to be his catchphrases.
Right.
Cooperative federalism, working for high growth, scope, scale. I think these are the 3 S that he shared with you when he gave that interview to you. So thank you so much for joining us, Sandeep Shastri, Shaugato, and also Manisha Priyam. Thank you, Sanjay sir, for being with us in the studio. We are slipping into a short break, but this remains our top focus here on NDTV. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the man of the moment, will be arriving at the BJP headquarters. Let's not forget, history has been made today, and Mr. Modi will be talking about the scale of this victory of the BJP.
True independence starts where financial dependence ends. Women's Day might have passed, but the data compiled by a report named Women and Finance by Crystal and DBS calls for your attention. For the longest time, women have been underestimated and underrepresented in many spheres of life, whether that's at home or at work. But for a change, there is a change this time, and I'm going to show you some mood-lifting data. Did you know that 47% of women make financial decisions on their own, and their independence when it comes to making financial decisions depends on 3 things: income source, age, and stage of affluence. Income source. 55% self-employed women take financial decisions on their own versus 39% of salaried women. Does that mean salaried women are more hesitant because they don't control how much they get, or do they? Age. 65% of women above the age of 45 years manage their finances independently. That means older women are financially more independent. Affluence. 58% affluent women tend to have higher financial autonomy versus 38% of semi-affluent ones. Why so? This is due to higher financial literacy and access to resources. Where do they save or invest their money? The report revealed that most women stick with traditional instruments for investment purposes such as fixed deposits and mutual funds, and self-employed women invest more in mutual funds at 17% than salaried women at 13%. How many women are investing in mutual funds? While the share of women in mutual funds has risen in the past 5 years, what is heartening to know that more women from the hinterland of India are investing in mutual funds versus urban centers. And the report also showed that the party state of India, Goa, has the most number of women who invest in mutual funds. Goa has the highest share at 40%, followed by states from the northeast, all in the high 30s. Chandigarh, Maharashtra and New Delhi also have over 30% share of women in the industry's asset under management. Now, I told you that older women are financially more independent, but women investors, at least 50%, are younger and between the age 25 to 44 years. And one more data. Based on the National Family Health Survey, urban women's involvement in key household decisions surged to 91% in 2019-2020 from just 49% in 2005 to 2006. So, women are now not only taking important financial decisions for their families, but also investing and saving.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards...
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future,
because we've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell.
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
or a long-term investment,
all you have to do
is ask Profit.
Welcome back. Those numbers flashing on your screen, firming up. We expect Prime Minister Modi to reach the BJP office soon, but we'll also play that picture from Uttar Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party. Really, perhaps one of the big winners today in UP. Dimple Yadav there, holding her victory certificate. That's another fascinating story within story of this Indian election, Uttar Pradesh, and the reversals for the BJP there. Then you have Congress. You have Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka, Mallikarjun Kharge and Sonia Gandhi showing the victory sign there. Rahul Gandhi, of course, had a press conference a short while ago saying they'll meet the India allies tomorrow to decide future course of action. But for the moment, let's go across to my colleague Vasudha Venugopal, who is there at the BJP headquarters. Vasudha, take us through what's happening there. Take us through what's happening there, Vasudha.
I can't hear you.
Well, those are the pictures from the BJP headquarters there. The BJP claiming victory there. NDA at 291. The BJP by itself at 238. Down 65. Below That's those pictures there from the BJP headquarters there in New Delhi. We can't go through to Vasudha right now. I think she's in the midst of all that noise. We'll try and go back to her in just a bit from now, 7:45. We believe the Prime Minister will reach that BJP office soon. So the BJP declaring a victory of the results. We'll take a short break. On the other side, much more coming up.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
You can accomplish all your financial dreams. Let us worry about giving you the right investing insights on the Portfolio Manager.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell.
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
Or a long-term investment.
all you have to do
Is ask profit. Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trading FNOs.
So, have you made any money?
Oh, it's simple. If you think the market is moving upwards, just buy Nifty call option. But if you think the market could slide downwards,
Simplifying futures and options trading.
Don't worry about the future.
We've got your options covered.
Futures and options strategy that will help you move with the tide.
An unmissable trade.
If you want to be in the money.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money, everybody believes in only one thing: profit, profit, profit. And for profit, watch only NDTV Profit. We all love money.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Listen to the voices of reason as they talk about corporate health and investing principles with me, Neeraj Shah, on my show, Talking Point.
Let's be real, guys. There are many financial experts out there. Which stocks to target? What's good for long term? When to buy? When to sell? How do you stay ahead of all the financial noise to achieve your dreams?
You can accomplish all your financial dreams. Let us worry about giving you the right investing insights on the Portfolio Manager.
Stock selection isn't an easy task.
And neither is choosing the right moment to sell.
Whether it's a doubt about a short-term trade
Or a long-term investment.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV, and it's been a very exciting and interesting day for those of us who follow politics and elections. And the results weren't quite what the exit polls had predicted, but as you can see on your screens there, the NDA at 291. So yes, Narendra Modi is going to form that record equaling third term. He's going to have that third consecutive term.
But the BJP's numbers there below 240. The opposition INDIA alliance are going to meet tomorrow. Nitish Kumar, Chandrababu Naidu will be key newsmakers as well. The Prime Minister expected, as Gargi mentioned, at the BJP headquarters in a bit from now.
Exactly, that's right, around 7:45. Let's take a look at the headlines at this hour. And the Congress addresses a media conference after their exceedingly good show. And Congress chief says that this is a moral loss for the Prime Minister. Mallikarjun Kharge says the credit goes to Rahul Gandhi.
ये जो रिजल्ट है ये जनता की जीत है। स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है।
Gets that majority, but the BJP falls short. The India bloc puts up an impressive show. The India bloc getting 233. Not one to waste time. The BJP moving to form the new government. Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister call up Chandrababu Naidu, while BJP leaders go in a huddle at BJP President JP Nadda's house. The big upset, or rather the great showing has been, or great surprise has been the Samajwadi Party, which has stunned with its best ever showing. The BJP retains the heartland but stumbles in Uttar Pradesh. And Amethi also the big talking point, with the Congress worker Kishori Lal there beating Union Minister Smriti Irani, who had the title of Giant Slayer. So now Kishori Lal, the Giant Slayer, Smriti Irani concedes defeat.
जो चुनाव जीते उन्हें मेरी ओर से बधाई। मैं आशा करती हूं कि हमने जितनी निष्ठा के साथ गांव-गांव जाकर जनता की सेवा की, उसी प्रकार से अमेठी की सेवा होती रहेगी।
And in Maharashtra, new allies drag the BJP down. The Maha Vikas Aghadi steals the march, and Pawar Senior trashes any rumors of talks with Naidu and Nitish. That buzz had already begun.
Right, so all those headlines, all the news playing out here, right here on NDTV, and as I said, all the big faces with their reactions coming up to that results. Slowly, you had Jagan Mohan Reddy, MAMTA Banerji, all of them reacting. Different states, different results
right.
that's down there.
And we're going to take a look at those results, also some of the surprises, how, the Uttar Pradesh, the Samajwadi Party did, also down south, the BJP opening its account in Kerala. But first, let's take a look at what was said at the press conference just a short while ago. The Congress addressing that press conference, and starting with Mallikarjun Kharge talking about that the results, this victory belongs to the people.
ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है। और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की।
ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, लड़ाई संविधान को बचाने की थी, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को बचाने की थी। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्लैरिटी से हिंदुस्तान को एक नया विजन दे दिया है, प्रो पुअर विजन, प्रो प्रोडक्शन विजन हिंदुस्तान को इंडिया गठबंधन ने साफ दे दिया है। We, as we have said earlier, we're going to have a meeting with our partners, the India Alliance partners. I believe that meeting is tomorrow, and these questions will be raised there, and they will be answered there. We respect our alliance partners, and we are not going to make statements in the press without asking them their opinion. कल decide होगा, इंडिया गठबंधन की मीटिंग है, कल हमारा alliance decide करेगा। बड़ी फाइन लाइन है, तो जो इंडिया गठबंधन डिसाइड करेगा उस पे हम एक्शन लेंगे।
Right, that was the reactions at that press conference. We'll try and go and analyze this a bit more as we go along, and also pick up the big newsmakers coming in at the moment. But Manisha Priyam here with us in the studio wanted a quick word on Jharkhand. In Jharkhand, you've got the for the moment, the number is 8 for the BJP, 3 for the JMM, 2 for the INC. So that's up 3 seats for the UPA when compared to what it was in 2018.
3 plus 2, the JMM and the...
They were 2 last time.
Yeah, absolutely, 2 up. But the important part is that, you know, the Chief Minister, former Chief Minister Arjun Munda, very respected, very important Chief Minister and leader of the tribal area, and he fights the election from Khuti, which is where Birsa Munda has led his life and has gone to school. Now that Ulgulan has been lost by the BJP. A lot of the other tribal seats, this 3 plus 2 that you see, the wins of the India Alliance come from the tribal seats. And that's an important lesson going out to the BJP. Second election round now in the State Assembly for the Jharkhand Assembly, and now in the Lok Sabha, tribal seats having slipped out of the hands despite